Yellow. Question I have is, like, do we leave the music on? Even if it's a teeny bit quiet, have something in the background. Hello. Let me just move some of this stuff around. And here we go. Alright. So I have a couple of things to do today. Mostly it's catching up on EMEA in Americas a little bit. If it's not doing VOD, sure. Yeah, I mean... This is the thing I need to do first, though. I need to work out what my top 10 list for Madrid looks like. Sort of just do a little bit of a test on where I think people sit. The players in green are the ones that I'm, like, pretty set on having in the top 10. For everybody else, the yellows are, like, very much, like, on the fence. Could be potential options. Not 100% sure. Gonna go from there as much as physically possible. And try to get everything working again. My chat just keeps, like, connecting and disconnecting. I'm not sure why. I don't know if my stream is, like, just going up and down constantly. But regardless, so we have 10 names in the green. I just want to put them all in. This is, like, one that I'm not sure on. I think it's like I want a player from Paper X, but I just want one. Because I already kind of have 10 here as well. Again, the question is, like, Sadak, do I put on here? I think he's a justifiable one. But I really don't know. I also make sure that my list is, like, pretty... I don't know. Diverse with the kind of players that are on it. But I already have, like, 9 here, and I have no idea how I would, like, order them. I'm less convinced on Munchkin, actually. I've given it some thought, and I don't know if he's quite on a level. Like, it's pretty much just equal on where these players are. Like, I have 9 yeses and 10 maybes, I think it is. Do you think Kung Kung kind of never hit the same highs he did at Tokyo? It's true, but he's still hitting highs, is the main thing. Like, without him, I think EDG might not have even qualified with, like, how close that first series went. Like, his mechanical skill on duelists, opping, rifles, doesn't matter what. Attack defense seems to not matter what. And even now, he's started to be a little bit more, like, flexible of a player, so... I do think that he's providing a lot for the team, and, like, he's the right kind of, like, energy, and whilst he's not IGLing, I think he's a good, like, emotional leader to kind of have there. So I do think that Kung Kung's, like, for me, is a definite in the top 10 for, like, players, not only, like, in his role, but just the general impact that he has for his team anyway. Chi-Chi's a little bit harder to argue, but I sort of think that he is the most underrated player, like, out of the, what, 40 that are here. So I think Chi-Chi is definitely a shout for the list. Granted, he might be towards the bottom, but I think that this is sort of about where I'd put them all. I don't know. I guess the questions I have really is sort of like the EMEA teams more. And, like, for Les and Sadak, I think it would be crazy to not have Les in the top 10. But also, like, the impact that Sadak is having as an IGL is pretty massive. If I'm not wrong, Kung Kung didn't opt for more than 10 times in 2 series. Yeah, but I guess you're sort of looking at it. You said 2 series. Do you mean the Wolves one and the qualifying one? So, like, in 2 series, you're not including one of the series, and I'm trying to work out if it's the grand finals that's not being included or the Wolves game, because both should be. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't know how I'd order them. I would rate Narrate really highly, but I don't know if I'd rate him at the top. Wanted to work on it. I don't know. I think his rifle seemed pretty good from what we were seeing like at kickoff. Like getting particular stats for China is just really hard because there's no like edge point for the API. So a lot of the stuff has to be manually added in. Like the fact of like top of the ACS list and playing a good amount on 3 different roles. Like I wonder which are the ones that he's performing the best on. So his jet's pretty much up to par. So even though he's not upping, he's still doing a lot, and he's played more than like Kai, played more than most people in regards to rounds, and still performing. That's a good point actually. Like Autumn wasn't playing him much. Ray's probably the more popular duelist at the moment. Second behind Abby, and both played around the same amount, and it's literally 3 ACS difference. So again, like I think the only thing that was like holding back Kung Kung stats wise is probably his, well, no, never mind, not his KO, because he's the top of the board there too. So there's like not even when he's trying to flex to different roles and diversify himself, he's still performing really well. I think it'd be hard. It might be easier to start from like who I think are the like top 5, like who's actually in that list, because I do think that there is a gap in some instances. So I think top 5, I'd put Kung Kung. I would put Narrate. I would put Less. Would I put Zekin and then Texture? I don't know if that'd be the order that I'd necessarily do it for. Like, I think with how well Texture's been playing, like, I think he could be a top 5 player for sure. Like, just the form he's in is just massive. Sassy, I don't know. I think, like, Sassy, I really like him as an initiator, but I wouldn't consider him... I guess you have to think of it this way. To be in, like, a top 10 list, you need to be, like, top 2 at your, like, role. You want to, like, divvy it out equally. And I think that there hasn't really been that many, like, good initiators, I suppose. Narrate sort of takes the biscuit for me. But I would put Rians over Sassy for, like, the impact that they've had on, like, initiator. Even Sadak, I think, with just how, like, flexible he's been on the role. Pure stats would have Texture in second top 5. Yeah, I guess I don't want to be too stats driven though. I'd almost put Texture over Zekin, honestly. I don't think I'd put Kung Kung at the top, but I don't know who I don't know who is the best player form wise and just like confidence wise going into Madrid. Like, it's so hard because nobody looks convincing, which sounds like almost a bad thing to say, but like, everybody's dropped a map. Everybody's map pool looks a little bit wishy-washy because it's a brand new season with a big meta change. And there's like some maps like Sentinels is Sunset, FPX is Lotus, stuff like I'm trying to think what would it be for like EDG. Like the split looked good, the bind looked decent. Hey, Toby. That's probably EMEA bias. Confident wise should be the one from KC, right? I mean, like, what was the team that looked the best coming out of Madrid? Going into Madrid, like from kickoff? I don't know. I think KC definitely didn't look as convincing throughout, like, play-ins and through their groups. You know, they kind of got destroyed by Team Heretics in their first, like, proper series that they played against each other. I mean, KC fixed a lot of their stuff as they went along, and they beat Fanatic, which is hard to do, and then obviously won the grand final. But if it was a grand final win against something like Fanatic, I don't know if it was more Fnatic losing that series than KC winning it, is my question. I think KC played really well, but I just don't think Fnatic panicked. Yeah, I think like Loud and Sentinels is like the two sort of razor stock there. I think it could be really boring, and I think like with the role that Les is playing, I think putting Les in at number 1 for me feels the most like sensible. I'm somewhat tempted to put Kung Kung in second. Maybe I put Narrate in second. Then it doesn't feel as egregious. Then I put Kung Kung. Then I put Texture. Then I put Zekken. Because I think Zekken was great. Like, he seems like such a good fit for Sentinels. Like, he's still young. He's still developing. But, like, he's doing his job terrifically. But the sheer performances coming out of Texture were crazy. Like, he literally is the reason why Genji even made it out of their groups. We're trying to come up with the top 10 player list. Put Kung Kung as number 1 and solidify your role as a China hype man. The thing is that Kung Kung like still has a lot of gaps in his play, I suppose. I think I'm almost tempted to switch Narrate and Texture. But I don't know if that's just taking the piss a little bit. The Texture 200 rounds, 260 ACS. I worked out the averages on another sheet that isn't this, which I think the average was like 230. But like all of the Jets across all of the leagues, minus China because we don't have the stats and I don't want to do it manually. Some play a little bit of Raze as well, right? Which was a little bit worse, but like the only players above him have played more than half, well, less than half the runs that he has. And that's like 30 ACS difference. KD is still really solid. Damage is some of the highest. Kills per round, some of the highest. First kills per round, 16. First deaths, that's still 16, but that's a duelist's. Like, having this as a pretty equal ratio is fine, so long as there's backups for it. So, I guess I have basically no opinion on Texture. I barely watched APAC. Yeah, I think he was terrific. Do I think he's been playing better than Kung Kung and Array? Fuck it. I mean, bumping up Texture is just the way that he's been playing. I think now it sort of comes down to, like, who do I leave out of this list? Like, we've got, like, I'm set on these 5, really. Like, did Miniboo sort of push into top 5? I don't think so. I think I'd still want to see more of him. Like, I could argue the same for Narrate, but I think that he exceeded my expectations tenfold. It's not even just how he played, like, mechanically, like, the fight he was winning, but just, like, the actual introduction of, like, new tech, like, new lineups. I feel like he's actually like, if you're playing Lotus, for example, and you're playing, like, the Fanatic comp of the Fade, I think one thing that did let Fanatic down, I don't even agree, really, with people saying, like, Fanatic needed to innovate. I think I could probably show this off a little bit more on, like, Augment. But I think that if you're looking for them... Oh, hold on. Let me just switch to this for this a second whilst I, like, log in. Because it always tends to log me out after a certain amount of time. So there we go. And we're back. Like, I think for Fnatic... We look at their Lotus. The way that they default is really clever, but on the face of it, it leaves out like a lot of gaps, I suppose. Like, it's easy to assume that, like, oh, we just see Leo doing the same fade lineups, we see him doing the same things over and over again. But I think one of the things that really makes this a good default defensively, at least for Fnatic, we just look at that in particular, is that it's a very robust default. Like, it starts off the same way each time, but the way that it adjusts to what is happening is what makes it so strong. Like, a default doesn't have to have all different ways of different lineups or moving people to different places for the sake of it. Like, it is just like Fnatic were playing this way always, having Leo over towards A. What kind of horn does he do? He usually just did the one that was on here now. He's doing a couple more. But it is mostly just like around rubble, around A. He's just getting information there. I think this was the part that was exploited the most. But like, this is where Leo plays. This is where he played last year. This is where he plays now. For Alpha, it's the same stuff. Over on B, even with all of the like site changes and stuff, alarm bot outside of B, alarm bot sometimes on C. You got your turrets sort of towards the back of CT or watching across. And then nano swarms all the way in here just to make the execute harder. That hasn't changed either. Boaster will play and fight for A main, like playing towards secret and stuff. Being able to teleport on top, fight for the space a little bit more, but is mostly playing on like B. Durka fighting for this. I think Durka was a little bit more actually towards C from like last year and stuff. So he's fighting for A little bit more. And then Chronicles also on A. They sometimes switch around the killjoy, yada yada. But I think that what makes Fnatic's default good on Lotus, and it's still good, is just, whilst it looks the same, you can't really get a gauge of what they're trying to do and move around it. Like, it's just, I don't know how to describe it. I feel like it's almost just it's a Swiss Army knife approach, I think, where you get a look at what generally where people are positioned, that changes. You go up against that and you sort of assume that, okay, like, this is how it's going to effectively play. But I don't think it's like the agents, I don't think it's the default positions that make it strong. It's that Fnatic are so well drilled that if it's a C execute, they have good protocols to get information A, to clear B, to rotate people around to make sure that there's enough bodies here. Like, everything that Fnatic do is so well drilled, and there's always a answer to whatever the attackers want to do, that it's very difficult to play against that. And let's be honest, most people know how Fnatic like to play for a long time on Lotus, but has anybody still been able to beat them? No, absolutely not, because it's been so robust. So I think turning around and being like, oh, well, they haven't innovated. Like, what would you want them to actually innovate on is the question. Like, do you want them, like, because it feels like people just want to say, oh, just stick Durka on fucking Yoru and, you know, that's innovation. And it's like, well, literally, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, the comp that Fnatic play on Lotus is still the most popular composition. It's the most popular 5 agents that people are still playing on this fucking map. You don't need to innovate. In fact, Karmine Corp beat them with this same composition. So it's not like an innovation of agent comps or ideas. Nor is it to do with like, oh, well, maybe they should use this fucking pawn for Fade instead of the ones that Leo's using. It's like, it's such a... It frustrates me because I think people are just looking for a way to be like, oh, well, Fnatic looked the same and they lost. They should have innovated. But what would they have... realistically, what should they have innovated? Like, what should they have added that they needed to add that they didn't have before? Can you show us the top 10? This is it so far. Sorry, I got very distracted. But I guess it's just really frustrating for me when I hear people kind of go on about, like, Fnatic and, oh, well, they needed to change stuff. And I was like, maybe on maps like Split. But again, like, the comps and stuff that Fnatic... Everything that Fnatic was doing was... like, sensible. It gave them freedom to express like a lot of things that the agents could do, but it just fell apart. Like, the team and how it coordinated fell apart. That's where it went wrong. Casey had a crazy amount of pre-planned little plays. I think that's also why, like, people said Fnatic was stagnant in comparison. It will, yeah. I think as well, every coach that's out there is chomping at the bit to play Fnatic on Lotus, because Fnatic made their Lotus famous. It was like their unbeatable map for however long. And there's like literal videos about it, right? We could just go and like Fnatic Lotus. You know, you got the stuff with the Odin that they were doing. You've got fucking Teats making a video about like the one Lotus trick, which is just fighting for A main, which is basically where the comp is weak. And it always has been weak. But that again has been, it's not new knowledge. But every coach wants a chance, whether it's in a scrim or an official, to go and play Fnatic's comp. Because the majority of people have taken what Fnatic do and use it themselves. So if you can go and do it better and like add new stuff to it, then yeah, naturally. But I don't really agree that like Fnatic as a team has fallen off. I didn't like how they played on Split. I think they were way too like flustered. Like their composure went through the fucking floor. Which is weird for them because they're usually quite good at it. Should Loud change to Phoenix? That's another one. I think I need to see more of it, to be honest. I haven't watched a huge amount. I think that there's merit to everything else. The Phoenix is the only thing I'm not too keen on. But I do think if there's an agent right now to really like limit test to see how far and how good they can be, Phoenix is in a good spot for that. Like, I don't think he's a bad agent. And I do think that he is often, like, underutilized and underappreciated. But if that comp was in with, like, a Yoru, for example, I'd be a lot more, like, interested in that. Split also reminded me of, like, watching a Fnatic when they lost to Crew. Multiple years. It was basically a different team, other than Boaster. Like, Domo was still on it, Magnum, those kind of players. Wait, was Magnum even on it at that point? Yeah, I think so, because Chak wasn't. Can't remember, actually. But, yeah, it was the same sort of thing of, like, on attack, like, fake planting to see if the defenders would waterfall out. And then being like, okay, we're not being pushed, and then they got to plant, and then that's when Karmine like exploded out and fought them, and Fnatic just kind of got shocked by it each time. Like I think it was just the mental game and the coordination that went off. Like, has Fnatic even released a like comms video of that? I doubt it. You read the title. They got everything else for the wins. Do you like have they put comms videos for like losses and stuff as well? Pretty sure they have. Yeah, like losing the rematch versus Loud. And so like they made vlogs about it. Where is that stuff like here? Because I think that the comms were probably awful. Like, I don't imagine it was a good environment to be in when it's all starting to fall apart. But it was weird to see a team that has been so confident and strong and playing well together just panic. And I think if anything, it was more the format. Like, if we had a double elimination, I think Fnatic breezed through that game because they're not scared of losing. Like, I don't think the Fnatic were really playing to win. They were just playing to not lose. And Karmine were just playing to fucking win. And it's a very, like, niche thing, but it is, like, I've seen it happen with, like, Odd One Out when we had it, where you're expected to win a game, you lose the first map, which might have been their map pick, I imagine it was. And you're already talking, like, a self-fulfilling prophecy of, like, what if we lose this? Like, we can't lose this, we've got to... But it's, like, in the back of your head of, like, what if we get fucking knocked out and we don't go to Madrid because we lose to fucking Karmine Corp? And I think that's mostly what went wrong with Fnatic. I don't think it was the ideas. I don't think it was the lack of innovation on the comps. I think it was just them playing the occasion and not their game.
but I do want to I've only properly watched it like when it happened, when it was live, so I wasn't watching it super closely. So I guess we'll like see on that front on like whereabouts it is. But anywho, I've just been talking about something else completely unrelated. What's the green yellow mean? The green is like players I 100% want to put in for the top 10. The yellows are like maybes. Like I want to add a Paper X player in. I only want to add one. I don't think that with how they played at kickoff that any more than one of the players justifies being in the top 10. Maybe that's not the right way of thinking about it, but that's how I'm approaching it. Like I'm almost thinking that the teams that win and won their kickoff, actually, you know, like Gen G looked good. I don't think anything could be taken away from like how they played. Like, is it the most like explosive or exciting? Is it a little bit weak in some areas, dropping maps? Sure, but it's well drilled, and the players for each series are looking better and better. Lucky was really poor to begin with, got better. Munchkin's calling was a little bit sloppy, but that got better. Karen definitely got better as the event went on. But I think how consistent Texture and Meteor was, the front and back of the team, essentially. Like, I want to put Meteor in this list too, but there's just not enough spaces. I don't want to leave it too late before I, like, submit it, though. Did they get better over time? I think they just have that kind of level where even their worst is better than most people's best. I will say that, like, Paper X, the way that they dealt with T1 was really good. And the only team that they had dropped maps to was Gen G at that event. And they hadn't played much, so I don't want to think for, like, Paper X for Edward Gaming. And yeah, that's kind of it, actually. Those two teams that didn't really get to play as much because they got a bit of a... They got a bye because they were the top team from their regions. I don't really want to grill them too hard because we just haven't seen an awful lot. Whereas I think for Gen G, for Sentinels, for KC, those teams that played through their groups, played through play-ins and won them, and then won their qualifying game and then the finals, deserve a lot more like respect. Benji not in top 20? I don't think so. I mean, I guess this is kind of what it is, right? Like top 20. Like if I think of like, okay, other Sentinel roles, I mean, Chichu was better. I think Meteor was better. Less kind of on that Sentinel role a little bit. You could argue that John Cutie could be put into that list of like top Sentinels because he was IGLing at the same time. Devi played some Killjoy, I think. But like I want to put a member of Paper X in there, but yeah, it's kind of out with those three. Maybe even Mind Freak as well, because Mind Freak had some good MVP performances on maps, but he doesn't get recognized as much because he's not like a crazy player. I think the only one I'm not really like set on is Forsaken. Like I feel like I'm seeing a lot of people just putting in Forsaken for the sake of it. And it's like, I get it. He's a great player. Like, he's definitely the difference in a lot of games when it matters. But I don't think that they got hair off his back. Like, I'm definitely more like, what's leading towards something. Like, he's playing a Euro, he's playing a Jet. Like, he's top performing on those. He's playing a Gecko a little bit. What was the other agent he was playing? KO? Like, Forsaken, how flexible he is like the big surprise. But I do feel like Devi, 5 different agents, all the different roles. I think actually Forsaken did play all of the roles. Like he played some Duelist. I think he played some Euro. Played Initiator, played Controller, played Sentinel. That's the only reason. And like Forsaken, I guess, has to do a lot more. I don't know. I guess Forsaken for that reason. Like, I do think that Devi and Mind Freak are heavily underrated with what they're able to do. Like, they have to do a lot of the dirty work, which doesn't get as much recognition as it should do. But also, like, with how consistent Forsaken's been. Yeah, I don't know. Paper X is a really hard one. because we yet again haven't seen an awful lot from them, just like 3 series. Okay, devise at the top, something's at the top. I think something was at the top for this one as well. But that's off rating, that isn't ACS because fucking... Oh, why is it? It's not doing off ACS either. What the fuck is going on here? Hello? It's not the highest ACS. Never mind. Who's your best rookie per region? I think it'd have to be Karen for Pacific. It'd have to be Narrate, I think, for EMEA. Maybe Miniboo. For China, who's the rookie that... it's kind of hard to tell with like China because we have seen them recently. So there's, in a sense, a lot of people are rookies. I'm trying to think of like a new, fresh player, like Aluba for Wolves, perhaps. They've been great. But everybody else sort of played Evolution or Ascension, so we have seen them more recently. And then for Americas, I think John, actually. I know he's right there in front of me. There's probably some other options for Americas that would stand out. Like Oxy, perhaps. But I think John QT coming in to Tier 1 to IGL, taking his team to win kickoff, is pretty impressive considering like his experience beforehand wasn't really there. But yeah, the only one that's a bit awkward there is China. Just because like us teams have stayed effectively the same. Especially the ones that have done well. Like I'm going down to pretty low. Maybe Bear for Billy Billy. For IGLing for them. Like I think he's come in and done a pretty good job. But it is pretty much like staring down the barrel. Looking for other options. Again, Forsaken. Top of ACS. Here, Forsaken again. IS like just in a qualifying game on different roles, he was good. What was it like here? Mind Freak. Something. Mind Freak. My boss is Forsaken on this. Towards the bottom, but he's playing Cypher on Lotus, which isn't a great agent, I don't think. Yeah, I feel Forsaken's probably the most sensible option to have in there. But I'm not going to rate him too highly. Is this 10 now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9. So let's get rid of that. We've got 9 yeses and then 8 spots to fill for the last one. I don't think either of these two. Life, I think, is like he's been good, but top 10, probably not. Reens. I do think playing from home kind of like takes away some of the stocks, to be honest. But we'll see. I want to fit Karen and Tenzin to the top 10. What does green and yellow mean? It is just like these are like ones that I'm like set on having in the top 10. These are the maybes. I haven't decided the order necessarily yet. But like I want to have Kunkuk, Jiu, Texture, Martine, Narrate, Mini Boo, Last Second and Forsaken in this list. Man, I don't know. Hello, Karabbit. But other than that, it doesn't mean too much. So we have 1 spot left with 4 players to fill it. I think the best thing to probably do is like Karen on Meteor. I think Karen won a lot of clutches, and like he did terrific against DRX in particular. He's been super consistent, but I don't think he's a top 10 player. Like, he has the potential to be, for sure. But I think out of Texture, Meteor, and Karen, Texture, I think, had the most like impact on how this team did. I mean, Meteor was terrific on a brand new role. I don't know if I'm regretting that, though. Yeah, I feel like Meteor's in there. And then, like, Meteor with just what he's been able to do for Gen G. I feel like Gen G is just going to, despite looking like decent, I wouldn't say like APAC nor China looked like amazing in how they played, but I don't know if that's just some kind of like uppity attitude with like EMEA and Americas. By just assuming that these are the two regions that usually do well, that they like are by extension better. Because we don't know that for certain, because all of these regions have been played in like their own different vacuums. I just noticed something isn't green. I mean, like something has been good. I think it's hard to rate any Paper X players in the top 10 at this point, just because it's like, I don't know if they're being utilized well. Like, it's so stressful to try and like remember everybody's roles and what they're doing. Is Choo better than nobody? Yeah, I'd say so. I think if we're talking on the subject of like Sentinel players, I think Chi-Chu's better than Meteor. I'm not going to say Chi-Chu's better than less. I was like, do I do it? No, there's no chance. Yeah, Chi-Chu has not only been fantastic in kickoff, but he's been getting better and better through like the China tournaments last year. Yeah, but I don't think something has been put in a position to look as good as he did last year. Like, he's not on duelist full time. Like, he's playing other stuff and other roles. Like, he's playing a bit of the Gecko, for example, which I think is good to diversify the agents that he plays, but I would honestly prefer it to feel a little bit more coherent. That, like, I know that, like, if you just stick Forsaken on, like, Sentinel agents to an extent for the most part, I'd be happy with that. But also, he is a good Euro. You won't want to see somebody else on Euro on this team. Like, granted, you have something on it sometimes, but still. Like, I think Paper X looks good best when they have a player like Cigarettes. That, like, he was a Gecko one trick, but you know that he's always going to sort of play that role, and everybody's going to play around that. I think having somebody in that position, I think, is going to benefit the team. List feels duelist pilled. I don't know. I'm rating the rate this highly off of his initiator play more than his raise. We've been making rankings for IGL roles in those 8 teams. I mean, I could probably do that now. I feel like. So what? You've got Howdong, you've got Berlin, you've got who's calling for Paper X nowadays? Just any of them. Munchkin. You got Magnum. You have got Boo. You got Sadak. And then you've got John. QT. Vi. Going back to last year too. Mostly like from kickoff, really. It's the players going into Madrid, so like recent form has to be the main key factor, I think. I think I put Divide bottom. Like, these are all like fine IGLs, right? You're like top 8 IGLs in the world to an extent, so it's not like Divide is absolute ass, right? I think probably this. Do I rate Berlin higher than I rate Howdong? I don't think Berlin's the worst IGL. I think he has a lot of good ideas and good calls. He's insane. He's like off the fucking goop with a lot of the shit that he does. but I don't think it's like watching Angel. Literally is just watching Angel. I think Haodong is a safer pair of hands, and I think that the general like way that EDG have been playing is pretty solid. I think Haodong deserves to be top 4. I think Sadak is just the best. I think Boo has been good. Who am I missing? I feel like this list is going to piss people off. Who's been better? How long might be higher actually? Lynn John? Am I rating Munchkin that highly? No, I don't think I am. I think Munchkin has been good though. Who does that leave me? Boo? Am I putting Boo in second? The thing is, I don't know if I'm rating Magnum low just because of like individual performances. I don't think I could put a team that low. Maybe I swap Munchkin for Magnum. I'll just move everybody down one. I'll do this for Magnum. Like, I feel like I'm doing Magnum dirty and I might be like rating Boo too highly just based on how they were playing. Yeah, I think maybe John over Magnum for sure. I got it. John here. I'd still... I think it's so tight between these three. I don't want to put Haodong second. I don't think any of these are second. I almost feel like it's Sadak a gap. And then everybody else. Yeah, it'd be easier to do it as a tier list for me. John being robbed? I don't know. I feel like it's me overrating Boo and Haodong a little bit. But like for Haodong in particular, I just think that what he does just doesn't get any recognition. Not only because it's hard to recognize what an IGL does, but it's all in fucking Mandarin anyway, so none of us know what even the calls are. Heretics is running a lot of preset stuff. I think also the way that I'm thinking about it, Milan, is like from where Boo was last year, where he literally got bullied off of the IGL role, to getting back in it, and to getting this fucking team to actually make playoffs. Like, I've always been high on Boo. But, like, to actually see it come to fruition, the only thing that puts me off is, like, it's almost like how well he did in those first few games. I'm like, this isn't sustainable. And I'm kind of worried that, like, he's used all of his, like, power-ups for those games, and he's just going to be on fucking cooldown for the rest of the year. But as much as I like John, I don't like Sentinel IGLs. And like, take it with a pinch of salt. I haven't like watched closely as to what Sentinels have been doing because it's been on an evening, so I've just been like reclining in my chair watching. If they did Boo, definitely deserves a second spot. Yeah, that's also the other thing. Like, Zelsis, I don't want to take anything from John QT, but I think it's a sense of like integrity that like I don't want to move Boo down because I think what Boo has done, granted if it's preset or that their mid rounds don't look as good as KC, I think what he's actually been able to do to like lead this team to that level, I think is great. I see that Ryan is streaming, that his thumbnail shows an Excel sheet open. Obviously I click the stream. Hey Kim. it's so hard. We're talking about fucking IGLs here. I really liked Team Heretics last year. I think with Heretics last year, you have to take it on board that, and like Neil said this in an interview, the one where I was in the fucking pink hot pants, so I don't feel bad sharing it. Like, Heretics had Kellox from the year before. They signed Mixwell, and then they signed Neil, and basically said to Neil, "We have 2 out of 5 players already. Build the rest." And he's just like, "Fuck, how?" It's like, you need to make a 3-course meal, and we've given you 2 of the 5 ingredients that you're allowed, which is a brick and enchiladas. What do you do with the other 3 spots? And he's just like, well, fuck, what do I do? Like, try to work it out. Remember who else was there? Wait, who else was there at that point? Was it, Volvo was signed. I don't know the order specifically. It was me, dog. Oh, yeah. I mean, briefly. Wasn't it? Because you were Ascend until Neil Webber and I. So what? Is that just horseshit then? Because I always understood it of like, the whole Team Heretics was a shit show in the offseason. Yeah, I know, but I always took it as Neil joined and it was like, we have Mixwell and Kellox, who, to be honest, neither, based off form, deserve to be in tier 1. All because of Balba and Calder holding everybody up. Right, okay. I remember Milan being on, because I worked Blast, and I was talking to Kakuka about it. Because I remember her, because she's on Heretics as well, because she was like, yeah, it sounds like a shit show over there. Like, it's just trying to get everything together in such a short amount of time. Honestly, Milan, like, I don't get to speak to you an awful lot, but like, from general bits and pieces that I like hear of, like, oh, you know, Milan went for this job, didn't get it, or Milan was on this team for a short period and then it fell through. Like, fucking credit for you to like just cracking on and pushing through. Like, seeing you from the fucking like honk days to now is great. And like, I know it's not easy when it's just constant shit and politics and all that kind of stuff, and you're still like, okay, I just want to be the best I can be. Wait until people hear about my off-season spectacles this year. I have an inclination as to one, which, yeah, sounds like bullshit, obviously, but yeah, I mean, at least you're set. Go, I'll confirm. Assistant coach for Fanatic was pretty much between you and Minnie. Are you on Platcher today? No. Yes. So yeah, like that to me is like, it doesn't matter how good your trial is. And there were others. Oh yeah, naturally. I got an interview, but that was like very early on. Yeah, I don't know if John's... If I go up against Minnie, then it's fair play. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a little bit like, there's nothing more that you could have done, because they would have wanted to keep Minnie, regardless. IGLs are more important than anything else. I'd agree with that. Especially from, like, having Jada and Game Changers, like, just the value that she provides. Like, I've seen her IGL, and I've seen bad IGL's IGL. Hello, Lucas. Christ, I feel like this list is going to be judged hard. Maybe I just put Kong Kong and Chichu at the top and just be like, Ni hao, motherfuckers. We're China now. And everybody's like, fair enough. He's just, you know, on the copium. Why are you bald? The same reason as to why Les is at the top of this list. Just is. You guys are playing best of ones in Spain, right, Lucas? Because that sucks so badly. It's all best of ones. I don't know how that's still being allowed in this like day and age. Like, I get like for scheduling and stuff, it could be an absolute nightmare, but like Polaris managed it. We're really under prep against other teams for Ascension. I mean, at this point with the map veto, I think so many other teams are just making sure that their own shit works before looking at other people. That feels like the way to go. Like, I mean, Milan, you tell me, like, how do you anti-strat for a tournament like this? I don't think you can. You have a general gist of maybe directions that they're going, but I think most of it is just don't get thrown off by what they're doing, just focus on what we're doing. If we go off lock-in, Les is barely anti-strat who? Anybody. Like, I'm trying to remember what games you had for Giants, but like, I almost did stuff for Heretics before LCQ, and I was like, to be honest, I don't know if I can anti-strat for you because it's been months since we've seen fucking teams like Koi play, right? Like, yeah, how do you fucking... Never saw anything from Karmine. How do you even, like, prep for this game? Like, Foot, I guess, is, like, fair enough, because you've seen them play, and it didn't seem to really change that much from, like, Convergence and stuff, from what I gather. Never mind, he's got the chamber, so... I feel like I'm reading fucking free conversations for me. It's fine, it's keeping me engaged. Let's watch some finesse clips. What is my recommended? Doesn't matter. Back to the list. Cloud is great, yeah. I mean, I definitely feel like for Giants, like for the players that you have, and I think the system that you have, I'd definitely be like a lot more worried for Giants if they didn't have you, Milan. I think like, but like this team should be doing a lot better naturally. But I also do think that this is a horrendous group that you found yourselves in. Like, because even if you beat Foot, which you definitely could have done, you're going up against the Heretics, which, you know, could have... Oh, no, sorry, Karmine caught again. Look at the event in hindsight. Yeah, you got fucking shafted. And like, I guess people are like, oh, they only made one change. Yeah, the change is fucking Redgar as IGL. Like, sorry, you need to actually build that up to be like, to basically put Redgar into a position where he's a good IGL under Pipson. I think it was easier to bring Rhyme up to speed to be an IGL because he has no prior experience. I can imagine that Redgar has a lot of bad habits or just stuff that doesn't work very well being an IGL for Giants that he needs to like move himself back on. YouTube maps of KC, they got better after Team Heretics though. True. It's hard to know how good Redgar is without being on the team. Yeah, exactly. Like, IGLs are just that. Just based on firepower, Giants should win against Foot. I mean, yeah, but like, Foot also... Did they look disappointing when you consider the fact that they lost to the two teams, got eliminated by the two teams, they're going to fucking Madrid? That's a good point. I don't actually know where I'd like rate EMEA teams at the moment. And I didn't do like a tier list of them or anything. But post EMEA, I don't know. It's a lot tighter. I think BBL is just below everybody. Like, probably BBL and Gentlemates. I think Giants going out around the same level. I mean, especially because Gentlemates, like, got placed higher despite losing the same amount of games because it's only a free group thing. So, VLR's kind of done you dirty there, I think, Milan. Like, Gentlemates are a little bit better based off the fact that their group was a little bit smaller. You're welcome. Vitality with Trex will be so good. Yeah, I think I'd put Giants around that level. Like, I think that if you move Gentlemates down, like BBL's in the team of its like tier of its own, then probably like Gentlemates, I just think they have more to prove. And then like Giants, Foot, Vitality, Liquid, Koi, like that sort of rabble is just so competitive, and we just have no information, it feels like, because we've seen so little of these teams play. I don't know if you're asking me that on Milan, Lucas. Don't you think that in terms of strategy, teams were underprepared because of the 6-month break? The thing is like, I've not been on a tier 1 team, but it feels like when I talk to other like coaches on tier 1 teams that they don't actively scrim each other. Like they will scrim the likes of Apex or Ascend or just other like good, like more likely to scrim like you, Lucas, than each other in this league, right? That's my general understanding. I think it is just the map pool changes, the map changes to Breeze, and the sky changes threw off more people than they care to admit. Because it is just a small change. It's not necessarily the change itself, but I think it's like all of the different directions that teams could take with it. Some have changed nothing. They fucking just stuck to the same comps that they were running, and they run it worse, but they're still like comfortable with it. Some were just going crazy with their ideas anyway by playing more Euro, playing like a lot of the stuff that Karmine Corp was running, and just making that work. And then I think some teams just bullshitted it off confidence. Like there's so many teams. I'd argue that we were one of them in Game Changers. Like we weren't the best, we weren't the most drilled, but we were fucking confident and we were winning big teams, and we just kept riding that confidence all the way to like the top 4 in Game Changers. Like, were we actively and consistently better than like Na'Vi Celestial? I don't necessarily think so. But teams panicked against us and we just fucking drove it in. And I feel like that's kind of what happened to Heretics to an extent. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Heretics don't do great in Madrid, go into the stage before Shanghai, and then just have like a middling performance. Because the expectations on them to maybe go to Shanghai based on the fact that they got to Madrid. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they're just like a real shot in the dark, in the same way that maybe Ascend was like way back when. The teams that innovated. This is a good question, actually. We spoke about this at the start of the stream because we were talking about Fanatic. I really fucking dislike the idea of like, oh, Fanatic needed to innovate. Like, I think that there's a valid like argument in there somewhere, but it's a frustrating one where people go, they just need to innovate. Because you could also just be like, well, what do they need to innovate on? Like, do they need to change their comps on Lotus? Well, the comp that they're playing is still the most popular composition across kickoff on this map. If anything, it's a little bit better with the sky nerfs and the map changes. And fucking Karmine Corp beat Fnatic with their own fucking composition. So it's not that. Is it like Leo's not using the lineups that people like? That they're not fighting for certain space? Like, we all know how the default for Fnatic's Lotus works. And the reason why it's so good is it's so robust. Like, you can have fucking Leo just standing here. You know where he's going to be. It's fucking drilled in on the map. He's here, and he's been here for the last year. He's using the same haunts, which are like one on top of here, one deep, one on rubble, various other ones. You know that like Alpha's going to be on here, but sometimes he might go over to here. You got Boaster that's going to play support here, play mid. Dirk is going to fight for this. Sometimes he's going to fight on C, which is something that was a bit missing. And then Chronicle does play on here with a fucking Odin. Like, we know. Has anybody been able to beat it previously? No, because even people know what's going on. The way that the protocols that are drilled into Fnatic on how they move based on things that are happening is just way too good that even if you know what they're going to do, you can't stop them. How are you going to have an edge if they're running back the same Lotus macro comps as 2023? I mean, hold on. I want to see what Milan was saying. I hate to be the asshole, but sometimes you just have to experience it in order to understand it. What's that? Is that a response to Lucas, or is that a response to something I said? But I think, if anything, I'm just a bit like, want to give Fnatic the benefit of the doubt. Lucas about not adapting during off season. Yeah. Also, it is an off season. Like, there is going to be a break. You sort of look at like Fnatic when they played the Riot. It wasn't Riot. The home ground. They looked really shaky when they played it, and they were literally like, "We didn't scrim. Like, we just came in and did this event because we're like taking a bit of a break." And even just a like coach change. It changed a few. You know what I mean, though. Like. I think the only reason why Fnatic lost to KC is that they just buckled under the pressure. Like I said, that if there was a if it was a double elimination game, like top 2 made it through, not only do I think the Fnatic would have won that game against KC because they don't have that pressure, they have that safety net of going like below it, but also that even if they lost, they would have just bounced back anyway. Like I think it's just Fnatic when. It's the same thing that happened at Champions at Berlin 2021. It's 2021, Jesus. Like, they lost a crew and they just generally panicked their asses off. Really hate the top 4 single limb, not gonna lie. I loved it because it gave us a really weird event with Madrid. But I do think that we need... Like, I didn't like lock-in. I really didn't like lock-in. I thought it was a shit format and just a shit watching experience. But it made the games great. And I think if it, like, we have Swiss stage at Madrid, do I think that that's going to be better or more consistent than, like, groups, GSL format? Probably not. But it's exciting to get it. I think the community is going to get into a real big problem if people get fucking fatigued from double elimination. First round of Madrid is out. Want to do a predict on it? I feel like I got to do this. Fucking Kurt's waiting for me. I don't want to have my opinion swayed too much, but there's stuff that I genuinely don't know. I think this is the 10. We've already got Kung Kung. I think. Let me separate these guys a little bit more. I'm getting way too like lost in the weeds with this. Kung Kung's top 5. Chuchu isn't. Texture's top 5. Martine isn't. Am I trolling with that? I might be. Narrate is. Boo isn't. Less is. Zekken is. Forsaken isn't. Is that right? Am I 9? Have you seen the comms from Zekken, Ryan? The guy is straight up top 1. Yeah, I mean, I think that he is going to be one of the best duelists in the world. I think this is incredibly tight, though. I don't think there's any player that like stands out as being the best. I think I'm just putting less up there just from name value alone. But I feel if I put texture on number 1, people are going to say I'm trolling. If I put narrator number 1, people are going to say I'm trolling. I think Zekken genuinely, like, if I say Kung Kung, people are going to be like, oh, fucking China fan over here again. And I don't think that Kung Kung is in that kind of form. I don't know, though. Did you choose the 10th yet? No, because we've got fucking stuck talking about IGLs and EMEA drama, I guess, to a lesser extent. No IGLs in top 5 seems sus. Do I think that, like, IGLs are underrated? Sure. But which IGL deserves to be on that list? Howdong, is he top 5? No. Berlin? No. Devi, is he even the IGL for Paper X? Munchkin, I feel like I could argue it in a court of law, but I still think I would be, like, prosecuted. Magnum, nah, probably not. Boo, again, probably not. Sadak seems like the most... If I had to choose between Sadak and John and Munchkin on one IGL to make top 5, I still think I'd pick Sadak. Like, we're playing checkers, he's playing fucking chess, right? KC's mid-rounder was superb, but I don't know how much of that is down to Magnum. Especially because I'm not there and I don't get to like listen to comms or even like talk to the teams that much. But like I don't really know where that's coming from. I sort of did like the list here, like Sadek number 1. Fuck it, yeah. I think these two actually move up. I'd probably put it like this. Because then I don't feel like Magnum's that low. Boo's just fucking moving on this list. Sorry, Boo. This feels better. Fuck it. I don't care if I'm fanboying a lot. Like, Munchkin deserves his fucking roses. Like, the fact, like, maybe people, again, people are underrating Gen but, like, with how well drilled they are, I'd say that, like, Munchkin's doing a very good fucking job. And he's getting better and better at it. John is closer to Sadek than he is to Munchkin. I don't think that there's too much of a gap with these. John might be top 1. I don't know if I could put John at top 1. How the fuck has somebody else got here? Oh, the link. Anybody with this link? Yeah. No. Let me change that real quick. Jesus Christ. But there's so much fucking shit in here. I've got like query tests for all of the teams. I don't want somebody to just come in and fucking break it. To type that, yeah. Somebody's really like, just wants to be in, wants to have a little bit of a look. Yeah, I definitely like respect your opinion on it, Kim, because you're like much more drilled in. Oh man, it's so hard. Fucking, you also have to bear in mind that this is being like aggregated with the rest of Plat Chat. So no matter what I put, whether you all end up agreeing, it'll somehow end up being not like everybody will give their opinions and then nobody will be happy. But I will say that like for like EMEA and Americas, I'm not like I was watching like America's games especially. It's fucking midnight, and I'm getting up at like 6 a.m. in the morning to watch China. But yeah, see you, Milan. It was good seeing you, and like hope you have a good break and you're back for Shanghai. Where would Karen slot in? He's criminally underrated. I think I like Karen and I agree, but I think that it's for me a little bit silly to be like Karen's underrated when you have fucking Meteor stood next to him and like Munchkin IGL too. Like how consistent Karen has been unreal for a rookie especially. But I was more impressed with what like Texture literally got Gen G over the line a lot of the time. Like the RRQ series, the Team Secret one, it was Texture every single fucking time that was like doing those like Kung protagonist moments to get them in. Meteor was just a rock a lot of the time, considering he's moving over to like that sensitive role more full time and could still double duelist with Texture on maps like Split. I think that those guys had so much more of a leading performance that like it makes Karen look good. But I think a lot of the clutches that Karen won against DRX especially was more DRX fucking losing them than Karen winning them. EDG top 2 at the event? I don't fucking know. Don't even get me started on like tier listing the teams pick'ems. We've got to do fucking everything. I don't know how like people like Thinking Man's Valorant and whoever else managed to do this kind of content without bursting into flames. I can't decide what I'm gonna fucking eat for tea later. Never mind like deciding on what the hell that these teams are going to be. Magnum was on Fanatics, so it brings over this institutional knowledge. TMV when based on stats. See, I'm like, I love my data. I clearly love my fucking data with all of this shit. But I do feel like, especially when you have all of these regions, it's easy to be like, I think that FPX is the worst team in this tournament. I haven't watched them play, but I've watched a lot of EMEA and stuff like that. Like, and like Kim was guilty of this as well. When I tweeted saying like fucking, it wouldn't surprise me if like people are putting EDG and FPX at the bottom of a tier list. Like, I think that's justifiable to an extent. I know a lot of people did it without seeing. And like Kim was like, well, looking at the map, like map pool and the agents and the compositions, and somebody else was like, well, if you look at the stats, it's like, just fucking watch the games. Like, just let's start with that. Like, what you said about the comps is 100% right. I don't think they have a bad read on the meta, but like, I think it was Enfist, one of the coaches. Like, oh yeah, looking at the stats, Kung Kung was far ahead of everybody else. I'm like, fucking watch what Chichu is doing. Like, he literally won a round on his own because he's fucking lurking and pulling people, and the other team is so scared of him. 3 people fucking pushed to fight him, got confused what site they were on, and suddenly EDG are in overtime when they were in a 2 versus 5. Because fucking Chichu was doing mad shit. The game's also a bit dangerous too, since you're not playing the other regions in them. Yeah, it's like, it's easy to say, yeah, Genji and Paperx don't look that great. They've sort of been taking games and rounds off of each other. And because Casey managed to beat Fnatic, that pulls like the performance of EMEA up. But I don't think we could say for certain, like, Pacific looks worse this year. Like, yeah, they can look like they're making more mistakes. They can look a little bit rusty. But how many times have we seen good teams play against each other, and the quality of the game itself has been kind of shit? Like, I can think off the top of my head, Lock-in, Icebox for Fnatic and Loud. The quality of the game wasn't great. A lot of mistakes made. Why? Because it's literally the fucking final map of a tournament these guys have been gruelingly fighting through. As one of the things that Doom Bros, Eric, taught me sort of very early on is like, 2 good teams can make each other look bad in a series on a map. Like, you can have Real Madrid play against Barcelona in football, doesn't mean that you're going to get tiki-taka. A lot of the time it's just fucking 2-footed tackles and pulling shirts and taking chunks out of each other, because the occasion is bigger than the series itself. Fnatic looked awful against KC. Yeah. And I think, was that because Kamikol looked amazing? I don't think you could say that KC looked amazing through like the play-ins. It was very unexpected. I think it's easy for us to sit here now and be like, well, yeah, actually, watching KC play through play-ins, they looked like they had the potential. Nobody expected fucking KC to beat Fnatic. That's probably why they beat Fnatic. Because Fnatic are like, shit, we're losing to this team. And if we lose, we're done. We're out. And all of this pressure is going to come in. And that's just, like, Lotus started off just like every other fucking Fnatic map of Lotus. And then it started to go wrong. And then going on, like, Split was just watching this team pretty much book their tickets out of Madrid in real time. You think it's fine to put Narrate and Texture 2 rookies over Zekin? Texture's not a rookie, though. Like, he was on Global Esports, which, again, going from that to this, splendid turnaround. Yeah, maybe I am voting Zekin lower. I don't want to be some fucking NA biased person. I'm gonna put Zekin top 3. Yeah. I like less, I think, is a safe choice. You know what? Fuck it. You know what? Fine. I'm happy with that. I think 3 is fine. 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 It's fuck knows about the rest of them. Chichu, where would I put some of these players? I don't even know where I rate Martine, to be fair. Because I've been watching Martine in the context of like Martine and Narrate so much. And I think Narrate, I really like watching his fade. I like watching his initiator stuff. But like, Martine over Minibu for sure. Both of them over Forsaken. Where does Chichu go in all of this? Martine is not top 10 for me. The fact that somebody said hell nah and then put valid. I don't know. I think it's also like I'm being manipulated by how people saw. Like, Martine was that player that people spoke about in a, like, this guy is definitely one to keep in the future. I don't think Zekken is number one. Oh my god. Put him in at 10. I think Chichu is better than... There's not really that many Sentinels in this list, to be fair. Like, is Chichu better than Les? No, I don't think so. Is he better than John QT in the context of, like, playing the Sentinel? Probably not. Is Chichu better than Benji? Yeah. Is he better than Tomasi, even though Tomasi's not really playing Sentinel? He's mostly on Viper. Yeah. Is Chichu better than Life? Life is his own fucking entity. Can't compare him, so we're not going to. Same with anybody from Paper X. Chichu better than Meteor? That's a kind of cool head-to-head. Probably. Chichu is better than John QT, especially on split. I mean, luckily we're not looking at that. And also, yeah, like John QT, like, he's an IGL, so it's hard to, like, compare them, really. I can't even remember what Chichu was playing. I don't think he was even playing Cypher. Why am I doing this? This is why I literally did this. Literally just do them as a head-to-head on what agents they play. Sentinels. Chichu, Viper, Killjoy, Cypher. So he's on Viper on this map. Cypher, Viper. Don't really know what the stats are like for either of them, but I guess that's... Like, I think his Cypher on Sunset is really good. Same as John Qt's. It's a fantastic map for them. Don't know what the hell EDG are going to look like on Lotus. A little bit scared of the fact that they're not playing that map. Here we are. Breeze, maybe. Icebox, Killjoy versus Viper. Kind of hard to compare. Compare him to Celsius a little bit, which... Yeah, I don't know. Ascent versus Cypher. The Viper on this map, though, from Chichu was crazy. Like... I am not a fan of playing the, like, Ascent Viper comps until I was watching Chichu. The stats prove the Viper is a Sentinel agent. Kinda, yeah. Is Chichu the IGL? No. Chat, did Ryan do his pick'ems? No, not yet. We've got a fucking list of stuff to do. I mean, I do want to rewatch through Americas and EME a bit too. I want somebody to explain to me why they play King Kang and Smoggy on Invest Rolls and Bind. Yeah, I think Ten's just put in China is a pretty accurate one. I think it's just they want to see for themselves, players wanting to be like, I could play this if you're not comfortable. Do I think it's a little bit silly? Yeah. Especially because Smoggy's KO is pretty good. And Kung Kung's Raise is pretty good. I like the idea, though. I am very fond of the no Viper on Bind. Which is definitely a very controversial thing to say. Because every team runs Viper on Bind. But I don't think it's as necessary as people make it out to be. Is it really, really fucking good? Yes. Is it worth taking that out in order to have, like, double initiators to just power through it sometimes? Yeah, I think so. How do you get to U-Haul without a Viper? KO knives are pretty good. Reach stuns, paranoias. I think it's a little bit more like brute forcing it, which if you're a team like Paper X, I mean, they could do that. Could you also apply pressure every time you put up the wall? You can, but you'd be... The thing is, I think so many teams play the Viper and they don't play it well. It's the same on Split. Like, I think that there's a lot of teams that will just put up the wall on bind short and then do nothing actively with it. Like, if you could do it a couple of times, if you're just brave enough to actually go for that lurk and see and get timings, which is why I like Chichu, because he does do that. I think for me, it's like the amount of times that I see like tier 1 teams run the Viper and then just hold the default, waiting for people to push them. And at no point do they actually try to actively lurk up and make it a threat, is a lot higher than I'd care to admit. It's like, if you keep hearing warning shots of a gun, you're going to be like, they're just bluffing. But if you hear one zip past your fucking ear, you hear another shot after that, you're respecting it. So I think there's a lot of teams that just don't really... It's the same with the Viper wall on A on Split, where you like go up ramp and stuff. There's just a lot of times where teams are just too scared to actively go for the lurk. And it's like, you were playing that agent to do that. Like, you don't do it to pretend that you're going to do that. And it's not hard nowadays to see if players do it. And more importantly, if you like to know when a Viper would actively go and push past their wall. Like for me to go on augment and be like, they haven't moved in the first 15 seconds. So the first time that wall goes up, they don't go through it. But they do go up around the minute mark. So that's when you clear them out. Is Martin even better than Tomasi? I don't know. Maybe I'm rating... What fucking color is it? There we go. What color is it? It's not fucking blue. Not this right. Chichi stays. I think Miniboo stays. Forsaken fucking on thin ice, but I think they stay. So it's like 2 spots left. 2 out of these 4 gets it. I feel like it's the fucking X Factor. Are we undertaking? I guess you mean underrating Paper X players. I don't think they've given us a reason to rate them more. Personally. Mini's top 1. Artist is worse. Luckily, we're not rating artists, so that's fine. Oh, you mean like in response to Kim? Did Fanatic just fall off or underperform, or other area teams improve vastly? You know what? I kind of want to rewatch the Fanatic game. Because I feel like it'd give us a better view of like Martin and maybe even adding Tomasi to this list. I need to get this list done though. I said I'd get it done like 35 minutes ago. I'm going to put fucking Chichu in 6th. I don't care. I feel like there's probably a better way for me to do that. I think putting Kong Kong and Chichu next to each other is very based. Like, I did it and I immediately felt better. Because I think people are really fucking underrating how good Chichu is. Like, to the point where Kong Kong got the MVP for the finals in China, and his first response was, Chichu should have got it. Which is like, actually, yeah, because that's who I would have given it to. Obviously, it's based off stats and everybody loves Kong Kong and stuff, but the fact that he turns around and is like, guys, like, Chichu's fucking good. And then I don't feel as bad of like, who gets this final spot though? It really is Martin, Meteor, or Tens. Yeah, I agree, Kim. Like, you have to sort of do it off a base like medium. Tens really had great impact rounds. So did Meteor, so did Martin. I don't want to put Tens on this list based off clout. Because it's like, I don't mind missing Tens off this list. But if I put Tens on or Meteor on, people are going to be like, you know, where's Martin? Where's Tomasi? Where's whoever from Paper Eggs? Where's anybody else? Tens is more consistent than Meteor, though. I would agree with that. I actually think that's a very fair point. Martin, because of his team's dominance, I'm leaning that way too. I feel like if I had to order them from top to bottom, best to like most to least likely that I add them, it'd probably be this. I think Martin, I could even put in 9th for them Forsaken 10th. I think this feels about fair. I don't know though. It's not that I'm trying to get like influenced by other people. Like, and it's my fucking list. I'll do what I want with it. But I don't know. Martin above 4s. Yeah, fucking 10 sexual. Like, I'm not biased. It's tricky. I thought Tens was washed enough, but I was wrong. It's also like the argument that I have with it is just more like, because I was watching TMV talk about it yesterday, and he was like, I don't like some of the stuff that Tens does with like the TPs and stuff. And I'm like, no, I fucking love that. I love that he's still testing what he can get away with. Like, I don't want to see him calm down. If it's around where Sentinels are behind and a gamble play needs to be made, I would 100% rather have Tens try to do something way risky than try to play it safe. And a lot of those gambles did pay off. Like, I don't want to see him turn into like Howdong and be super careful. I don't want to see like him try to be like consistent, really. And I've said this before about a lot of teams in like China, especially. If your IGL isn't on controller and you are, you better be a fucking good controller player, because you can't sit and play like an IGL would. Like, if you're an IGL on controller and you're a bit more passive and a bit more safe, like playing around with your smokes and utility, fair enough. Your IGL's on a sentinel, like a sentinel role, initiator, whatever, and you're playing controller and you're not doing any calling, better get to fucking getting kills then. Because if you're playing Omen, you are effectively another fucking duelist. So you might as well gun for it. The way KC used Tomasi is a good example of this too. Exactly, yeah. It's kind of like... It's why I find it funny that a lot of Chinese teams play like Guardian on so many rounds. Guardian's obviously a good gun. It's not a throw gun. But it reminds me of like, you know when you like play deathmatch to warm up and you sometimes, if you're feeling spicy, do like Guardian only? That feels what like China's doing. That they're just like, we're going to play these rounds just buying up Guardians and staying on Guardians despite the fact we can buy up to a rifle, because we just want to practice it. Just get our aim on like on point. I don't think I could take Martine out and put 10s in. Genuinely, the thing I'm more feeling is taking Forsaken off this list. But I think not having one Paper X player in the top 10 is fucking crazy. I don't know if I'm not insane. Has Forsaken really been a top 9 player during kickoff? I wouldn't say so. Like, that's the thing. I don't know if I'm just keeping Forsaken for this because it's Forsaken. But to be fair, mid Forsaken is still a top 10 player. But it's literally hard to compare a Paper X that showed so little, lost in surprise fashion to Gen G, in comparison to other regions that have no connection with it. The scene is just way too volatile right now to even make a list and compare it like this. But we're doing it anyway for like shits and giggles. Yeah, I think like Forsaken in the games where it mattered was good. That's the only thing that's keeping him in. Martine over Forsaken? See, I don't know. Your list would have John, Device, Sadak, Magnum. It's definitely like the thing we're doing it that way, and I tried to do it like, I think you sort of know me well enough now, Kim, that it's like I always try to like highlight the underrated. You could make a top 10 list of the players that just need more fucking credit. But that's not what this list is. EGG is the only team with a bye that's still going to Madrid. Yeah, that's true. I mean, in my opinion, EDG should have lost to Trace, but Trace absolutely bottled it. Like, I think Trace was the better team. But you can't lose it Ecos, and you can't just like Kong and have 2 4Ks back to back to get them to overtime. This is predicting, like, I guess it's sort of a mostly like power rankings going into Madrid. Do I expect that like Zekken is going to be that kind of like top performer? And do I expect like Texture to be up there? Probably not. I think he's going to get shut down an awful lot more. But I think it's more like, for me, what are the players that have had the most value to get to Madrid? That's how I'm doing it. I don't know. I wish there was 11th place because I just put 10s there. I think I might take Miniboo out. Like, Miniboo has been great for Heretics. Putting an honorable mention. I can't because it's a Google form. I don't know. You forgot Autumn. He's in top 10. I don't know about that. I fucking love Autumn. And I'm actually really impressed with how well he played at kickoff, despite like kind of role changes to an extent, or like playing around life a bit more. Because we got Zekken, we got Texture, we got narrating Kong Kong. Don't worry though, I'm keeping him. How balanced am I with this? Is that my 3rd Americanist player? 2 Chinese, 3. 4 America's player. The 4 of the 10 deserve to be from one region. I'm locking that in. My final answer, I think. I think Martin and Miniboo are very, like, you could switch them around and I don't think it matters too much. I think both of them have done similar amounts of work, to be honest. Miniboo a better form than at least Forsaken. Forsaken was playing like fucking 4 different roles though. Performing on all of them. Hey Smart 7. Just like gravitating all of the coaches into one spot. I think I'm good. I think I've done my list now. I think. This is where I've left it too fucking long. I need to submit some of it probably before 1. Hello, Salve. Submit? I think so. I think I could probably like shift this up now so it's all equal. Zekken is just the epitome of what a duelist is nowadays, I think. I think a lot of it is to do with him being set up really well by like Kaplan and John QT, of course. But I think that like how well he is playing and just embodies that role is good. Texture is similar sort of thing. But like I think Texture had a bit more of like a maturity and like literally pulled Genji over the line to kind of destroying their region. Especially from losing to bouncing back, it's been good. Les is just, there's nobody better than the role he plays. Even if you've got Loud doing some more kooky stuff, I still think the like Les is just insane at what he does. Nothing has changed. He's had to shift around what he's doing a bit and his responsibilities, but like he still does what he does best. Narrate, I think the best rookie that we've seen. It's easy to feel like this is more like duelist focused to duelist build, but it's Narrate's fade for me that's been like the most surprising. I think when people say that they want Fanatic to innovate, what they want is for Leo to play like Narrate did, like playing Gecko as well on these kind of maps. Like it's the initiator stuff more than the duelist stuff that has me Narrate higher, I think. Kung Kung, fucking you can't sleep on this guy. He will not go down without a fight. He will destroy everybody that gets in his way, and he is just a lightning rod for this team to go. But forever in Kung Kung Shadow is Chichu. He is just the most underrated player in the world. That's not me being China pilled. That's not me glazing this region. Like, Chichu deserves some fucking name recognition, and I will die on that hill for the rest of the time. Sadak, there's no other IGL quite like him. Chichu's the IGL. No, he's not even that. Haodong is. But Chichu is just... He is like... The spirit of Nats from previous years has gone into the fucking basketball from Space Jam and then given over to Chichu. Chichu is the Chinese Nats. Like, nobody is continuing on that legacy more than he is. Which is a hell of an accolade, but I stand by it. Sadak, like I said, like, as many as there's like great IGLs on this list, John QT I definitely think could have got into that spot instead. But I think Sadak is cooking, and might be one of the main reasons why Loud was even able to qualify, because I think everybody looked a little bit worse. But I think that if there's... I mean, this is Loud's event to win, honestly. I feel like I fancy Loud winning Madrid more than I fancy IGL. I don't know what could be more impactful than that. I think Texture had 3 of those, is my answer. Kung Kung had 2 of those. But yeah, Chichu's good. Sadak, Forsaken. Whilst I think the Paper X looked really off, I think Forsaken is just... He's the, like, Atlas holding the globe of just all of the other fucking roles and stuff that this team needs him to play. I think he's been heavily limited by what he's good at because he's had to play Cypher, Harbor, whatever the fuck else. But I think he's still good. Martin, definitely, like, I think Martin, Miniboo 10s / Meteor, you could also put in that spot. Like, I almost feel like, even though it's not going on the fucking Sentinels list, I'm putting 10s here. Obviously, it's just top 10, but if I was to do 11th or 12th, it'd be 10th mediocre. And like, I am with everybody that's saying like 10s deserves to be in the top 10. I am. Like, I don't think it's like, I don't want to get caught to, oh yeah, because he won that 4K, he deserves to be on it. I don't think it's that straightforward. But how well he's in, like, come into that role, how he plays it, how he's refusing to not stop doing stupid shit because he knows that doing that stupid shit is what's going to cause him to get a 4K to bring his team into overtime in the third map. Like, Tens is like the controller for me. You've got Marved on one side that's super more like ice cold, plays around his utility slowly. Tens is just bucking it. And I think like that's what Sentinels kind of need. Sassy's going to be a bit more passive. Zelsis is going to be more of a supportive role. John obviously is the IGL. So having Zekken and Tens be the ones to basically be the gun dogs to go after whatever's needed, I think is the way that this team should play. And Meteor is just another really underrated player. I think he's embodied the role of playing Sentinel tremendously well for Gen G. And like not having Karen in this top 10 feels a little bit weird, to be honest. But I think that I can't say that Karen is the best player on his team or the second best player on his team. Never mind why he should be in the top 10 over those two players. In some ways, Tens reminds me of Durka last year. I guess it's a bit weird, not only for the role, but I think that Durka had that middle ground nailed down. I don't think he ever felt like he was overextending or overheating. That happens with Tens. But I think, like, it reminds me of Durka, like, 2 years ago, maybe. Where he's doing a bit too much, and then he matures and levels out. But, yeah. I think that's my list. So, I respect the Chi-Chi ranking, 100%. Thank you. I mean, I think that, like, if there's a player that's massively underrated in the whole scene, it's him. And, like, Viper players are generally underrated. Sentinel players are generally underrated. You got less up there, but, you know, it's kind of one of those things of like, oh, we want to put a Sentinel player in the top 10 less. You know, that's sometimes how it feels. Used to be like Nats as well. Just throwing fucking Nats because, like, he's the best at his role, right? And I think that Chi-Chi was up there. Chi-Chi more valuable than Sadak, though. Fuck it, sure. Run Mako on every list. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty accurate. I have, like, Mako had a stinker, though, didn't he? Like, that series. The qualifying one. Right, I've got my list. I'm going to go for a Wii, and then I'm going to, like, basically switch to a thing whilst I submit it, so I don't give away the fucking Google Drive link for the Plat Chat list. Yeah, be right back. Won't be long. So I'm just reading this. But the top players, I'd rate them on how much they drive winning. Yeah, I think it's just important to have like an eclectic mix of players, I think. But yeah, we'll be a second. Used to be the Mako was the Tuck and Smoke player and Tuck and APAC combined into one. That's very true. Stacks a little bit as well, but maybe not to the same extent. But yeah, so what I'll do now, I want to switch to this real quick. We're still here. not going anywhere. I just want to make sure that I like not leak stuff that I shouldn't be leaking. So is it doing it from rank 10? Rank 10. Oh, they're doing it like this. That's weird. Mini Boo. Rank 9. Martine. Rank 8. Forsaken. This is hard to do it this way. Rank 7. Where are we at now? Sadak. 5. Sorry, 6. 6. 6 is Shishu. Rank 5 is Hong Kong. Fallen rate 3 less. Where's the rate? There it is. I think part of me is never going to be happy with this list. But Texture is top 2. Feels a little bit troll. My response has been recorded. Texture top 3 is valid as fuck. Yeah, I feel that way. I don't think people are necessarily going to agree with it, but I think that that's sort of where it sits with me right now. Where would you rate 10s in a controller list? Controllers are always tough because you've got people like playing Viper sometimes, double controller. You got some IGLs on it too. I don't really know where to rate Too Easy, to be fair, on that list either. Or Shin. Top half for sure, I'd say for 10s, but not above Karen. How much did 10s play solo controller? Quite a lot. We can do it this way. KC, who was playing it? Omen, Astra, Harbor, Sage. Like, Shin was playing a lot of main controller, but Thomas was pretty much exclusively Viper. Sentinels for 10s. Omen, like, Shin and Thomas are playing more controller than 10s is across maps. So, like, do you even compare it that way? You can, but I just think it's kind of hard. This is a nice sheet. I wish I had this for fucking last year when I was working. Yeah, just being able to actually just like have it all come in, all the CSV stats from run it back, and then stuff like this. I can't believe that less is just on Viper duty only, and like the amount of Phoenix that QCK is playing is gross. You think 10s is a little bit overhyped? Yes. I think that it's easy to, it's almost kind of like if you were to give a player like a rating from 1 to 100, most players you could probably give an accurate rating, but I feel for 10s, if you said that his performance, like if it's a fucking FIFA card, was like 70, because of the hype around him, it just makes it so noisy that like you could say it's 80, you could say it's 60. Like, whereas if I go like, oh, Shin is at this level, nobody's really going to like argue or disagree. They're going to be like, all right, fair enough. But like everybody has an opinion about 10s as a player. That's the truth of it. If I asked you guys what you thought of like how nobody played, I don't think people would be like speaking up as much. Mostly because they didn't like watch China or they weren't really paying up much attention. But obviously because it's 10s and because he is like literally the face of the game on an esports level, it's easy to talk about him. I haven't done my pick'ems for Madrid, but I feel like I'm just already giving myself a headache. You just do the pickups for the first game. I think they're the easy ones. I'm worried about EDG's map pool still. I think the way that EDG have been playing has been very paper-esque. I went with Loud and Paper X and I don't feel good about it. Also, me with this, like, if Edward Gaming win, I'm going to be happy. Rank everybody's map pool. Fucking how long do you think I have? I mean, we could. It's something I actually want to do, but I also do want to watch some of the teams play a little bit more on those maps. Like, I need to watch it back a bit more. If I'm listening to reason on this, I'm going with my hat on this one. I think 3 out of 4 of them are sensible. I think the Distringy team looks like it has it together. Like, I think that Gen G look rocky, but I think that their ducks are in order. But yeah, I mean, yeah, map vetoes is kind of like a tough old thing. I think if I'm looking at it this way, like Gen G, I would literally do it as a head-to-head like this. What maps are likely? So no bind, no breeze, Ascent maybe. Like Loud picking Ascent with their fucking comp. I don't like this as much. I think, yeah, I mean, KO Breach and a Phoenix feels a bit much to me. Put a Yoru in there. Put a fucking Chamber in there. I'm all for it. And I like Phoenix on Ascent as a map. Not so much on Bind. Not so much on Lotus or Sunset. I think that's a little bit... Maybe Sunset, not Lotus or Bind at all. But I think that this is a little bit silly. It's silly with this, but it's not silly enough for everything else. So what, like Ascent would be likely, or Split? What are they running? They're running kind of standard comp, which I think is more than enough. It's got the right pieces in the right places. I wonder why I know Euro instead of Phoenix. Probably because, like, the amount of time to get it all done and ready. But yeah, I think, like, Euro Breach as a combo is good. I would honestly move this to Euro, and I'd probably move this to a Fade. And I think you've got something cooking with this. One of the biggest tells for teams map pool quality is where they are running Sage, or at least Harbor on Icebox. Yeah, I think for the two Chinese teams, their Icebox is not great. I don't think Icebox throughout any of the Chinese teams is good, to be honest. But it might not matter. So yeah, like Ascent. I mean, Gen G are much more diverse with their picks. They can play all of the maps, which is more that can be said from Loud. Like 4 wins on Icebox. Granted, a lot of them were fucking 13-11s or OTs, like RRQ, Gen G, Team Secret, Lotus. Good win rate, despite playing it a lot. Breeze, you don't need to worry about that, because it's going to get banned out. You're pretty good on Ascent. I think it's a very, very good matchup for Gen G, to be honest. You know, you don't need to worry about Sunset, because you're probably going to second ban that. You pick Lotus. Not a map that we've actually... Well, that's wrong. I haven't updated the finals. But they got battered, didn't they? They got destroyed by Sentinels. Gen G and Sentinels are the only teams that can and will play all 7, right? Saying can/will. I wouldn't be surprised, for example, if EDG play Lotus. They weren't even permabanning out Lotus, but they did towards the end. Actually, Let's just double check. And we'll do this one too. No Lotus, no Icebox. They're going to pick Split. Split is something that they're happy with. They're going to pick Bind. I think this is incredibly winnable for EDG. Obviously, the veto and the maps and the comps can change up a lot. It's got a couple of weeks. But, like, no Lotus, no Icebox. Paper X maybe want to go to Split. Well, that's a map that, like, EDG have consistently been good at and haven't changed up too much. They have all of the right people on the right agents. And obviously, triple duelists, I think that that's on a time limit before it gets found out. You could take them to Bind. Well, EDG would be happy to go there as well. Like, running the Kong KO, which is kind of odd. But, yeah, against this comp and how awkward it looked then, I'd say that, yet again, EDG are going to be happy with that matchup. So, can't pick Lotus, because that'll probably get banned out. You're not going to pick Breeze. You're not really going to pick Sunset. Yeah, I'm really starting to be in favor of EDG looking at this veto. Like a Bind, looked rough. Don't have this map to rely on. I don't think this map will be reliable either. Ascent is probably like a good third map, I think, for both teams. And Sunset, maybe another good third map for both teams. I'm still going to keep it Paper X, but I do think that this is very much a coin flip one. Karmine versus FPX. I don't have my expectations high for this. So no Breeze or no Ascent. Or they don't ban Ascent either, so Breeze is their main pick, so they lose that, which is a shame. Split, well, you kind of got had a rough old time against EDG in the grand finals. That's where you lost, and you also lost to Gen G, I think. Not Gen G, Trace. So yeah, I think Split is a good go-to. Sunset is also a good go-to. It's a map that, like, probably that's where FPX would take them. But I think that's kind of what they would want. Or you take them to Lotus, which is a map where you play the chamber and you could do some kind of good stuff there, but 4-1, including beating Fanatic. Yeah, I don't think there's really a chance for FPX to win this. I just don't think that there's anywhere that you could take them that they wouldn't want to go. What was the last matchup? Sentinels versus Heretics? No Ascent. I hate teams that ban Ascent. I hate teams that pick it as well. Like, you should just be good enough to play it. It is the Dust 2 of Valorant. You need to be able to play it, but you can't rely on it. Banning Ascent is nice, though. I don't like it. I think that it's, for most teams, just a gift. You basically want it to be in a position where, like, if they pick Ascent against you, that you are comfortable because you just start on defense, that you should be able to see it out. I think banning it, you want to be banning out, I think, maps like Lotus, maps like Split. Maps that have been, like, active, even Sunset, I don't hate. Like, maps that kind of are generally either main picks or consistently strong maps for people on average. And maps where you can still get big edges, though. So, like, banning them out against teams like that you could just basically take out the game. Because I also do think that, like, Lotus and Sunset, less so Split, are more maps that teams will have a stronger inclination. And, like, it's almost like they're the maps that they rely on in order to get them forward. How do you get an edge on Ascent? I just don't think you play it. I think second banning it is fine. But I don't like not being able to take out like a Sunset or a Lotus in some cases. I think it's hard, even taking out bind, right? So you just don't have to worry about it. But like, it's also like the Game Changers brain where so many teams picked Ascent into us. And we were just fine with playing it. So we just more often win. But like, if you have a ban of like bind, for example, you don't need to worry about that map. If we were banning out Ascent, then we'd just get pulled onto other maps that take a way of like a different approach. You ban out Ascent, you get taken to Bind or Icebox or Sunset or Lotus or Breeze. All of these maps play in very distinct ways. And if one of those ways doesn't suit you, well, tough shit. Like Ascent just tests you on like your fundamentals and just if you're honestly it's just a mental game more than any plans in the server. But like if you play Icebox and it just doesn't fit with your style, you can ban that out. Like Bind for me has always just been a tough map to play, so I'd want to be good at Icebox, Split, and Sunset. I think Split, Sunset, Lotus, they're like the good mediums. And then you can ban out a Breeze, you can ban out an Icebox, or ban out a Bind, but you keep the Ascent and then you're passable on the other two. Yeah, Ascent is very much like Mirage. I just don't think that you can like rely on it as a pick, and you can't. I feel like a lot of the time banning it. If a team that you're playing picks it and you're somewhat passable on it, just play it. But you start on defense. If you snowball it, you win the pistol, you win the bonus. You can win before the half is over because the mental will be gone by the time that they get onto their defense, and then you could just keep riding that forward. I also don't think that the map is as offensive-sided as it used to be. Because the game is way too snowbally now. But it is just make sure you got good fucking pistols. The answer. But yeah, no Icebox, no Ascent. Like I said, I think this just sort of opens it up. Like, you know, here, Sentinels, they're not banning it, they're not picking it, they're just second banning it. So, it's just, they're like, great, we didn't really want to play it anyway, we're going to take you to Split. And then you go, we're going to take you to Lotus. I guess for Sentinels, we haven't seen that much Lotus. Like twice, 2 wins. Look pretty good. Oh, you take them to Sunset, I suppose. Team Heretics Sunset didn't look too bad either. Granted, I think some of it was like Navi maybe not closing out the map in the way that they should have done. I don't really like the Neon too much. I'd like the Neon more if this was a breach, but also like Patek's KO knives and flashes were obscenely good. I watched that game. I don't feel like I need to rewatch that one, but I would like to watch the Fanatic one again. Maybe Boo Heroics 2, no? Yeah. I think the thing that I've like etched into my brain is more like some of the flashes and util that Patek had. I wasn't a believer of KO on Sunset. Not with how good like a Breach is or even like a Viper. But I was made into a believer. That's what is etched into my brain. So yeah, I think like the map pool for Sentinels is just way too robust. Agent K on Sunset is sus. I mean, I used to think with like some of the flashes that you could do that just because of how low the roofs are in comparison to something like Ascent, those like over the top of wall flashes are way too strong. Just because of like the general eye level. KO Gecko is fire. I think Gecko on this, like honestly, the thing that I love about Sunset as a map is just yeah, I've locked that in, haven't I? Modified them. Do I need to modify them? I'll just lock them in. But yeah, I'm happy with that. Yes, I do want to rewatch this. So I think I only watched I caught the end of Split. Or like partway through. But this one I was like in and out of. Like I know how it starts. Oh, because they had a fucking massive tick pause as well. That's why I went like AFK and missed most of it. Stop the music. So we have like a long tick pause, right? How long was it in the end? Like, I've seen these rounds anyway, so I hope you don't mind me skipping them. Just get back into it. Oh my god, how much did we fucking skip? Sorry. Here we go. Why did I try and make this bigger? It's already big. Shorter than the average pansy cast hit pause. I wonder how she feels about just being like synonymous with tick pauses now. Make any naughtiness happen. That pain shell could be a problem. They made it away, but all that information is there. Horn timing there was grand. Normally on approach, not going to be making too much of a mess. Let's see if KC can make any naughtiness happen. That pain shell could be a problem. They made it away, but all that information is there. I think especially at the pro scene, if a horn actually goes through and connects onto 3 people, like, that's good. Most of them are going to get cleared. What was even the problem with his tech pause? He's got a bit of time to play with, not many bullets. I can't remember. And it is the deadly duo themselves, Leo and Durka, not who you'd want to be facing in this. Normally ice cold, yeah. I guess that's one of the good things, I suppose, is I don't need to worry about filling for a desk. You can just walk away. Yeah, done for. Fanatic, steady. Up against maybe a round or so time, and on the side of Fnatic, okay, Durka's getting kinda close, but they haven't really farmed up many orbs at all. No, it's not been all the ticks in the boxes for Fnatic. They'll be happy enough. You got 2 rounds. You're not going to sit there and be upset by any means. But if you're talking about the flawless game, it's not been that just yet. KC probably quite happy about that last round, but this is the one that means it, right? That is Durka now pushed back down quite some way. 9 HP walking away from that. We never saw Fnatic play their killjoy towards A, which they've done in the past, right? I think they were one of the first few teams to actively do it. Because so many other teams just like relied on the default too much and just kept the killjoy over towards C with a Viper because it's C. That's a really dangerous position to be in, maybe feeling he was up to the task, but I mean, yes, Fnatic have taken bits of damage, but they have a completely free sight, and they are... So this was a 5v4 for Fnatic that they lost, and it's not even really a bonus. Like, they've got full rifles here, other than a Guardian.
We didn't get a kill, we didn't find any damage. If they go towards the C side, we save, and the funny thing is, it's unconfirmed damage. They've done so much, like probably about 200, 250 damage across the board, but it's irrelevant because they don't know yet.
Like, this is the thing, you know, like, oh, Fnatic have no innovation. Like, nobody at this point in the game, after winning the first 2 rounds for Fnatic, was looking at this going, yeah, there's for sure a way to... KC, you know, Fnatic, there's not enough innovation here that I'm seeing. Like, I remember this retake. It just cuts straight through Fnatic.
I want to see how far KC commit to this. I doubt they're going to push too far now. I doubt. I'm going to come in. They'll need a quick kill if they do fancy trying to get anywhere near close. So they're trying to at least...
They lost their old edge in the map veto. I've never been too impressed with map vetos from Fnatic. I think that they've often... What was that shout? Was it? So loud. I feel like Fnatic have tripped themselves up with a veto more than any other top like tier 1 team.
Absolutely no shot at that point of the round, because as I said, like, we look at it from our perspective, you see those players low HP and you go, okay, well maybe they give it a go, but at the same time, all of that was wall bangs. They have no idea on Durka, right? They have no idea on half of these kills. Maybe they got a little bit from, I think it was maybe Alpha's fight up against Shin, but
that might also be me knowing Anders and knowing like...
Alpha would have given him much, probably popped his head within a second, so... Yeah, a bit of a gamble, a bit of a risk.
Like, for me, the veto is everything. I think, like, I don't think I did a huge amount for odd one out, but I I was effectively in charge of the veto, and I think the reason why we did so well is because I was so fucking drilled in with it.
So let's see if now Casey can build, right? It's first step done.
And like it's like that's why I have like strong theories about like Ascent as a map in a veto. Like also it is a map that I don't think Ascent will ever be taken out the map pool.
Classic, but maybe gonna get the chance to use it. Not what he wanted there, no. KC holding the line very diligently. That is lovely for them. A clean round is exactly what the doctor would have ordered.
This is Nico. Oh yeah, remember this all fucking all of the videos and all of the like.
A little bit of the money here for Fanatic. So let's see if now KC can build, right? It's
just the conditioning.
Can they continue this
like this isn't the first time that a team has fought against Fnatic in Rubble like this. And even then, like, did the horn just not hit actually, Leo? Ah, wait, where is it actually? Is it just in this little pocket here, or is it up here? I can't tell. I think it's up there.
Can they continue this trajectory though?
Is this why we're seeing less of the haunt put on top of this wall and more put towards right by the door here? Because this is a blind spot to the common haunt that Leo does. I can't tell if it's like here or if it's like hit the ground. KC were throwing a one-way above Hobbit that blocks the horn. I can see the one-way here, but how does it block this horn here? My question.
Chance to use it. Not what he wanted there, no. KC holding the line very.
Oh, so it's literally like, yeah, there's like this one here. You can either do it on the top wall, or it's literally one that we saw Leo do right at the start. I guess that's the main thing. I think the only it's not that I feel like it's all just fucking Leo's fault, but I do like, as an initiate player, I like follow a lot of the lineup channels. Like if there's new lineups of pro players using all that, I love those kind of channels to go over them. There's 3 or 4 that I've got from Narrate. They're like new ones. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like the one that you can do from the B site where you eat it over and it hits that sim spot on defense. Or even just a retake wall, it hits like right on this pixel up here. Good ones. The one I learned from Leo, just a new lineup to just do it on top of Rubble, which people have been doing pretty much since day one. That was it. I think that was the only new lineup I saw from Leo from previous. And it is a normal lineup, just a different way of doing it. Like a safer, better, easier lineup to do in comparison. Whereas Narrate, I was like, oh shit, that's a cool one. Okay, so we got the, yeah, the one way up there. But yeah, I think like this one way and the other haunt, and then this is a little gap where this haunt doesn't get you. But where Martinez stood right now, I saw a lot of teams from Pacific haunt in that exact position right by the door. And I was like, I wonder why they're doing that. And it is because like this, stuff like this.
From last year kept it exactly the same, a star-studded team that was built in the past. Yeah. Everybody else has made some sort of change. And now you're coming back in with the same. You've had plenty of time.
I wonder why Fnatic didn't prep as much or practice as much.
So he's still pitching in ideas.
But it would also explain why like Fnatic were like, wait, what the fuck? Like, it seems that everybody else has moved on to doing different haunts, yet Fnatic is still doing the old ones.
And that doesn't cut it at this point.
Like, that argument for innovation, I can kind of get behind.
So much more freedom over by Rubble, right? They can take so much of that space away.
A more sustainable practice habit. Wanted to ramp up later in the year. Okay.
That's just how it goes. That's just Valorant 101. But Magnum does need to be very careful to not overextend. He's going to feel that first bit of pressure, right? That's a very deep, committed bit of utility. Does he call for rotations? Yes. Already Narrate's on the way. And Narrate's got his ult here, so this could be a nice way to slow the roll. If they're feeling that pressure, they know Durka's ult is there.
I mean, the format didn't help them for sure.
Yeah, I think the thing for KC, though, is they've been very, very happy to play retake. We saw it already in a 4.
Yeah, the format doesn't help them with ramping it up later. If they were playing like last year's format, it'd work a lot better. This one, not too much.
Very well to sort of get that chip damage in early.
Let me change the title as well before I forget. I will make this a bit of a Karmine call rewatch. I was maybe thinking like, you know, we do a video of like what went wrong for like a stream, like what went wrong for Fanatic, but I kind of feel like that's a little bit. Yeah, I think me doing that is just a little bit clickbait and just a little bit shit. I don't want to fucking beat a dead horse.
Damage in early. Chronicle already low.
Yeah, but look at Durka trying to just.
I don't know what They're walking in. They go for the plant. It's snake bit off, so they're stalled. Dirk has pulled out the showstopper. Nobody is with him to fight here. Like everybody else is fully focused on the site, and it just gets destroyed by Narrate. And then the counter attack is straight in, just as the spike's planted. So there's like, you've not bought time, you've not created space. Even if you didn't get a kill with a showstopper, there's still a lot you could have done with it. And yeah, Durka wasn't really able to do any of it.
Further away, clearing through the utility, clearing through the site. They don't know when that spike's being Fanatic. Disrespect, pops the. He's just battle for this space.
Damage in early.
Durka.
Chronicle already low.
Yeah, but look at Durka trying to just.
Showstopper, I think, for this. Checking. I don't like that he's here. Soon as he goes over that lip. Yeah, this is crazy. And it's really unlucky. But I think if the same play happened with Durka where he was stood like here, buying time, because he does wait till the very end of the fuse, pretty much.
That's ridiculous from Narrate. Sheer disrespect. Pops the
And then just KC on it.
They are pressuring Fanatic here. They want in their faces. Deep smoke gonna come through. Force Fanatic to just stand back, stand further.
Means that there's a response we're using the Nightfall, and now even then, Fanatic is still on the back foot. Horn is good, at least getting a lot of information. Everybody's low. I do like how Karmine Core just seem to be like, and go. And like 3 people do various things. Like, nobody's doing anything here. Wait, go. TP. Gets on the defuse. Peeks around the corner from Mantine. Like,
The switch up of both of them being there is huge. TP over. Martin is ridiculous. KC, they're the real deal. They are absolutely the real deal. That was unbelievable. Narrate. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know if that comes down to innovation. I think Fnatic didn't lack innovation. I think they just lack composure.
Damage. He just walked straight through. I clearly felt confident in his own ability, and wow. I don't know how they get away with as much as they did, but Fnatic have got to be feeling the burn a little bit because again,
Fucking ENG. He couldn't look any more cool. It frustrates me. He is the Pep Guardiola of Valorant, I swear.
They sit with Durka, okay, having a hero rifle to try and play with, but other than that, empty pockets.
Yeah. If there's anyone you want on that rifle,
Also, when you are a top team, teams play against you very weirdly. When we would go to play old BBL or G2 Goes, and BBL for us just felt fucking unbeatable. Just no way to like defeat players like Vanya and stuff like that. And that mental pressure carries on to you that you try to do too much or too little. Like, you just treat them as a completely separate being. And like, this is KC not treating Fnatic like Fnatic. They're just fucking take the names off of them. Who are they?
Talk about his capabilities, right? You look at some of the other superstars out there. Maybe his name doesn't shine as bright. He looks like a system player. Oh, that's interesting.
If you slip your... Yeah, it feels like a lot of what Fnatic did there was just improvising. Like a lot of the general rules on taking fights, using ultimates. And also, they're just trying to execute onto a site that's had a lot of changes, which, you know, kind of tricky when you've not been practicing that much. You like compare that showstopper with Durka's, like, not only is it against an eco, which I love, like not giving Fanatic an in, but the ultimate is in a response to something that Fanatic is doing. Like, oh, you're making that play? This is our response. This is literally our trap card.
But again, the rifle still stays. Oh, look at this wrap though, the timing on this one.
They're completely trapped. They're boxed in.
They have nowhere to go. Tomasi could just mince them down, murder them here. This is rough, and there's the wrap.
I was like, yeah, maybe Magnum should have been in the top 10, and I see that. Never mind. Rescinded. He's probably the one saying, let's use all... I don't know. I think players... I don't think players need babysitting that much. I mean, that just comes from doing it in a scrim. Like, we've literally had it before. Like, I remember us using, like, a breach ult in a scrim. And, like, afterwards, we were like, I don't know if we should use the ult there. We probably... Like, we should never use breach ult against an eco unless it's bad. Like, that's kind of how it feels to me, of, like, they probably, like, used a showstopper against an eco, and then they've probably stopped to, like, should we have used that there? And I imagine, like, ENG or Magnum or whoever went, just fucking use the ults. We can get them quick enough. And if it means that we win a round, it is so valuable.
They probably shouldn't be winning. I think that's where you call a pause.
Because you start to see some of those heavy hitters warming up, right? You're seeing Martin looking...
When you use your, like, ecos, I think is, like, a big talking point. And I imagine at this point, this late into the tournament, there must have been instances where they used ultimates on ecos. Or had ultimates against ecos that they didn't use and got punished for it.
But you know he's waiting, right? That is just... That is scary. Prepared. They look very prepared for this. They look very robust in what they're doing. Maybe one prepared. They look...
This is a performance coach, right? I'm not necessarily saying that he shouldn't be there or there's no value in him being there, but I am curious and like, is it actually like a big brain play? Because the coach has access to all of the perspectives of the players, but also all of their cameras. So actually having like a performance psychologist, counselor, whatever person to like pay attention to how the players are looking and acting, and then being able to relay that back to like Elmer Putty, probably a good shout. But would I prefer to have Mini there instead? I don't know.
They played 38 rounds of this versus Foot. Just versus Foot. Like, not even including the other matches that they played on this map. So I feel like you...
Why is he rubbing his nipple as well?
More data than he could... 38 rounds.
Also from knowing Mini, like, his timeouts were always good. He didn't always, like... If there was anything he noticed that he felt the team didn't see, he'd share it. But I think the best thing that he did was just a time I'd be like, what's going wrong? Like, actually let the players talk it through, because they can... It's better for the players to come up with discussing what the problem is and then being able to work and how to fix it together, as opposed to just being told it. If you're told that information, it goes in one ear, out the other. Doesn't matter what it is. Or if you're going to teach anybody anything, just ask them a lot of fucking questions. Like every good like coach, every good teacher is just like, why do you think the KC win for this play?
See what Martin's up to. He's off and about.
The Peeper X secret superpower, that is literally just Alex being like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, I'm not being rhetorical, guys. What are you doing? This is where they come up with their shit.
They haven't seen this yet.
But like, this lineup from Leo has used it for like a year.
They're trying to keep him alive here. They're trying to play for him. Narrate's going to come out and actually brawl with him. He can't.
At least he gets punished for it.
A nice attempt, but it is an opportunity. team down. That is a step in the right direction. Do Fnatic follow that, or do they adjust?
The thing is, with a lockdown and a Viper's pit, they don't
I don't think Mini wanted to be there. Yeah, no surprise. Fucking easier to work remote. Also, I'm pretty sure that, like, if you work remote, you get paid more because of fucking German, like, tax and stuff. Like, it's genuinely better for coaches to play on tier 2 teams remotely than it is to play on tier 1 teams. Especially now with, like, cost of living and just general, like, esports winter.
Can you slow it though? Durka good for one, but the trade's there for Magnum. He is on the site and he is ready for this one. Paranoid's not going to land, but there's the overwhelm. 2 swing on the corner and they've done well here. Shin's position could be something, but now losing out to Matty, it kind of
yeah, this is just one of those runs of, like, everything that Fnatic just did. Pretty much what they used to do consistently. And it still fucks. Still good.
I managed to go so to Heathrow with a
base here. How that could have ended up going, but again, we're not going to see sloppy rounds from Fnatic, I think.
Probably even more true in Americas. Oh yeah, when you're living in LA.
That sort of cheeky play, I don't mind it, but you've got to be able to step beyond.
But I mean, the salaries are going to be better in Americas, I'd say.
Still have plenty to play with. I think just clearly wanting to deny that C control, but again, it's that same haunt. They're ready.
But it's not as good.
Corner being cleared already.
I wouldn't say it's not as good. Like, I think a lot of defaults on this map are just very, like, at face level, fairly boring. Almost the same way that, like, Bind gets played out. Like, it's all based on, like, just timing and general pushing and pulling and trying to get into the right space.
Still, it's a lot to ask. Yeah, you can see the pressure. He's in a bit of trouble here. Players pouring through by trees. Lost that position, gonna have to play from the back of sight. He does have support and a nice little bit of stall. Can isolate Durka, but again, do you want?
I think that round as well was just like, I'm surprised that Casey got caught by that. Like, especially like the haunt and fighting for this.
There is still stall here.
That was a good haunt actually from Leo.
There is still stall here.
Both teams with the lockdown could be one of the.
Did it actually get anybody though? Was it out of bounds? I mean, you're throwing a haunt here and it's not getting people dropped. What's the point? Like, you maybe get people on CT? But...
Both teams with the lockdown could be one of the more interesting pieces, but
is that a miss throw? Or is that just a bad one?
No,
they're going to hear this go down.
Oh yeah, you're right. No Astra. Completely forgot about that. I mean, that's... I don't know.
There it is. Durka, beautiful. That's what the position was there for, but he actually falls to Shin. By the time, they can't really deny this lockdown that's still ticking for
This was good from Fnatic though. Well, up until then. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Love that, like, first time I feel like, okay, for Fnatic to get their response. Ult on their ult. Break their ult. This should be checkmate. But somehow Chronicle and could go down. And with all of these smokes, Boaster's just on a fucking island. He's checking behind him. And you've got one player backing off. Boaster doesn't have sight of stairs. Boaster has to worry about behind him and all of this. There's no Viper wall, it's just this smoke. Like, this is just communication. Omen TP as well to go behind.
Can he get there in time? I don't think he can do much about this one, really. Yeah, absolutely not. Fantastic attempt there, but
imagine having Astra Star there. Yeah, true. But that felt very... That felt fucking awful for Fnatic, didn't it?
I feel like that's the sort of play that you make if you're
I mean, that's sick from Shin.
If you're the person coming into a match as the favorite, you go, they got locked down.
But like, those 2 kills, like, you fight for that, and the way that they sort of let him get into the site.
What can he do? Just push versus the other 2 who aren't. Like, that's the risk that he had to take. So
how do you go from being a new team to the best team in EU in 1 year? ENG.
The best in the world aren't ready for.
Also, from dropping any predispositions or preconceptions on how good a player is based on, like, how much they've done so far. There's way too many good fucking players in the tier 2 scene that need recognition.
Everyone else working with a lot less, but such unique beginnings from KC too.
Not saying that like all of Fnatic are washed or anything, but nobody took. KC only took the fucking risk that they did is because it burnt them so badly last year to get Scream in the Vera. And that was a team with too many egos and too many opinions on how the game should be played. This is what happens when you actually have a conducive growth mindset thinking fucking environment.
This fight's gonna go down. And that ult is an issue. That is hard to clear. I'm kind of...
Why do I still feel that they're gonna clear it? Like, I know how this game ends, but some of the individual rounds I'm a little bit on. What's Screaming the Vera doing nowadays? Fucking nothing. I don't know if the rumor is that they're going to like that Zerator's team, but I honestly haven't got a clue.
Yeah, but here we go. This is game time. Dirk are going to be up and overing it, but it's Alpha with a rifle in the back. Going to take down Martina, remove a little bit of that frontline pressure. They've got to be able to clear this site, and Alpha still standing, gets found.
See, again, it's just like it's so easy.
Right, it's all on Chronicle. Can't do anymore.
Like, did they just? I just for like a second they switch off.
Overing it, but it's Alpha with a rifle.
I mean, even the observers were just like, wait, what the fuck? Hold on a second. All of this stuff. Showstopper used. Nothing. Leo goes down. Alpha gets one. And it's a Prowler going through elbow. And they just peek through... Is it the high ground? Yeah, like that little gap. And then Tomazi gets... Durka? Where the fuck was Durka? Pushing up towards Waterfall.
Chronicle can only do so much, right? It's all on Chronicle. Can't do anymore. I don't think there's any damage. They should be fine on this one. Yeah, Diffuse is going to be there again. KC.
Production. Do you think KC's cosplaying last year's Liquid by winning EMEA trophy and then fall shortly at international stage? I don't think that pressure should be put on KC. Honestly. Like, sure they can do that, but I don't think it's the same level as Liquid do.
Setting a standard on these retakes that is exceptional.
Yeah, somehow Chronicle made that close just by surviving long enough. If he's alive a few seconds longer, I think they win that. But it is just...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the drama is. This is one of the benefits of not working EMEA that much. It's just I don't have to deal with it. There's so much, like, I think, the EMEA especially, there's just so much stuff that's going on behind the scenes that, like, people are privy to or not privy to. And a lot of it was like, I had no idea that this team was struggling with these things. I had these things because nobody told me. I'm not connected to a team in any sense. So, yeah.
I'm a little stun locked here, right? This is a little bit, you know, we talk about the what ifs, maybes. It's very rare you see it happening like this, and it's certainly not there yet. Martin, though, already, oh my god, they are scrambling to try and get away. Decent damage, but they all still stand.
Yeah, Shin's not giving it up, though.
He's sticking around. They want this side of the map as well.
Was it safe-related stuff with Liquid last year? I honestly can't remember.
They want to fight Fnatic before they get anywhere close to the afterplants, and that's interesting because they
teams you can beat Sentinels on split.
Absolutely. We haven't seen this yet from Tomasi to be this.
Don't know actually.
Forward, right? This
maybe Dingy. Different Red Guy just didn't gel. I mean, Red Guy just comes across as like can be just too quiet for an IGL, especially when it's not going well.
Time they managed to push him back before he was able to use his
maybe Paper X just with a triple duelist.
Over towards that.
EDG have always had a good split too.
If he gets this right, two of these players are so low, and he's gonna get the timing spot on.
Yeah, he is. Trying to burst.
What do you think about NRG? Do you think they just need time? Yeah, I mean, I still believe that this team can do a lot. I mean, they have however many coaches and some of the best individual players in the world. Right, they lost to Sentinels and ended up winning the whole fucking thing. I give NRG play up against EG, I think they win. NRG play up against Loud, they can maybe win.
They're going to try and go for it. Leo just investing everything, pouring the util in, buying them some precious seconds in a 3v3. Now look at the post plant here as well. Chronicle down a little low, and the timing on the back of Tomasi walking all the way around the world should be found out, should be handled.
I think there's something upon we watch. Fanatic are just losing post plants, and they're just getting breezed through on retakes. And yeah, that comes across to me of just, there doesn't seem like there's a fucking plan for any post plants. I think a lot of teams would typically, from what I know, generally, teams in like post plants would like have general positions that people would play from, and then let the duelist kind of float between various spots. But everybody else should like have a general position that they should be in, depending on where they came from, where they planted, etc. I feel like watching Fnatic's post plants here are just them fucking making it up as they go along. And there's just easy peaks like that. There is no way that Narrate should be allowed to just take a 1 versus 2 like that, surely. Like, you look at how well these two trade off of each other. Magnum goes down, Narrate stood right fucking next to him. And then Narrate is allowed to take a fight against Chronicle, turn and fight Leo, and Alpha being here is just completely irrelevant.
Another retake, another tick in the box. KC, this is
okay. This was a okay. It's the B side.
Yeah.
Get into post plants properly before their opponents are on them.
3 rounds. This is also
Was all of the main production done out of Strider?
We've only seen this one.
I know the observers and stuff were there.
But they've broken the buy here. KC have such a firm grip on this game. Shin this time. Again, we know that they will rescind.
Also, who's the producer now for EMEA if it's not thingy?
Stress it too much, but again, the fact they're winning out these retakes, yeah, you know, strategy and
Alberto and Kevin? Oh, Kevin's involved? That's cool.
Get you the plant, but it's always the teamwork, the chemistry, the trading, the kind of play back through from a retake is normally the hardest part to work out, and it's blowing my mind we're seeing KC do this. So impressive.
Even? I don't know who that is.
To try and find that little entry point anywhere, they're finding nothing.
Yeah, normally their attack is by far the better side. The only team to beat them on this map is Loud. No other team has ever been able to do it. And right now, KC are in the driver's seat on that defensive side as well.
They're predicting this B hit again. And it's right. KC have the correct read once again. Chronicle is here early though, and that's an issue until then.
Magnum is just in. Nobody's with him, right?
This B hit again. And it's right. KC have the correct read.
Oh no, Nightfall. Good peek from Magnum, but he is just on his own.
Do they quickly adjust? Dirk has got them some space.
Second peak though does have support. That's good.
It's leaving it down to Alpha basically. Only with the Sheriff. Yes, Bulldog and Leo to try and do some damage to the back lines.
He's done some game changer stuff? Okay.
Look at the timing here. Plant gonna come down. 10 seconds closing in here. Spike planted. It's a little ahead of expectation. Leo not gonna be checking that just yet, but the utility's on the site. Alpha gonna need something from this. Killed my bot. He's going to hear them stepping closer, noting the utility now starting to dwindle down. He knows he's under the gun. A shot could be great here, and it's not going to happen. Karmine Core once again.
Yeah, I really like Swiss. I think it's nice to just do something a little bit different. Because it's like last year and this year, to an extent, is going to be unique. Like the formats going forward should be a lot more straightforward. Notably, like, should start earlier next year. Only started late this year because of China. So like trying different formats like kickoff, like play-ins and stuff, and then Swiss, I think is good. Because like trying stuff like locking to see what it was like and being like, it didn't really necessarily work all that well, but it was nice to try it.
4-9-3 feels very different. Let's take a little easy here. KC out. Look at that. Wheeling, able.
Perfect format for international events. I'd agree. I think GSL groups into double elimination. You're gonna be fucked. I think if you.
Because of the pushes that KC have been going.
I don't know what's the word.
It's even tentative on the other side from Alpha. You could just see
if you have audiences fatigue from that format.
He has no idea. They don't know if they're pushing up B. They've got the turret watching for that.
Because you put them in a box.
Chronicle is setting up utility to try and clear rubble because they know they're gonna have to fight for it.
And even with that kept in, Is going to draw the attention. He knows they're around.
So how are they going to... They can't. They just don't. They can't. All they do is snake bite the back of rubble, and that's all they do.
Where this alarm bot is, it's outside of C. So once they actually get anywhere near it, there's going to be a call almost immediately.
Broken. One's rotating.
Straight away, you see Martine on the map.
You still got Narrate staying over. On broken. Both Nano Swarms broken. Just, it is literally buying time. Still, it seems like Casey haven't necessarily bought it, but it doesn't seem to fucking matter. Try to see if anybody's scaled up on Waterfall. Broken. Stay by stop. It is just like Karmine Core just playing full stall. And like Fanatic now knowing if Obvious is 5, like we need to push. We need to find a way to get ourselves back into it. Chronicle gets one. But then whilst the rest of Fnatic try and push CT, Casey tried to sort of rib punch them by going Waterfall. And then it means that you're fucking ulting here for Fnatic. I mean, it required like Fnatic again to do something insanely creative and insanely risky in order to do it. It's like... Took them a while, but they got there in the end. But that's something that you can't really prep for, feels like. Should have just played 9-3 Curse. Yeah, that's exactly where they went wrong.
And I feel like I'm walking into the unknown looking at KC. You know what I mean? It's I don't know quite what to expect from these guys, and I think neither do Fnatic, but what a treat to watch.
I remember Fnatic using this pistol wall at Tokyo, I think. Nice shot.
How many collats are we seeing today? Is that the second we've seen?
Yeah, Zipan had one earlier.
Bloody hell. Okay. KC making a quick run towards C after going, I don't think B's for us, really.
Yeah. CIS aim beats Turkish aim. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, they're willing to
at least you have the difference there of like Tomasi being with Magnum to trade it. Like, you compare that fight to like when Dirk had the showstopper and pushed up. I was like, wait, fucking Magnum's about to make the same mistake. But nope, he actually like had somebody just behind him. Fighting here is good. Get the paranoia out early. The haunt is really nice. The nade that's coming in to flank you. Good round actually from Fnatic.
Gonna have to be taken. That buy in the first place. Remember that damage though from that first time around.
That haunt is common as fuck, no? Yeah, this is like the haunt. Nobody breaks it. No, they're on a low buy, but...
Trying to re-establish some of that authority here. Remind them who they're playing against. Shin, last one alive with limited options.
Yeah, I think we had a very quiet first half from Durka, and this might just be his announcement into the server. Yeah. I don't think he really has...
Alright, Fnatic bring it back to 2 rounds difference. Defense, I'm looking with Casey, I guess. One way to hide the haunt this time. Part of me wonders if they purposefully didn't try to break a haunt. To just be like, oh no, we got caught by the haunt, guys. Ah, where is it? Man, we have been duped again by the Fade Master, which is Leo. And then the second round is like, we're just going to fucking one-way it. I wonder if they did it to just kind of like bait Leo into doing it again. And they're just like, one fucking eco. Let's just get caught by the haunt just to see where it goes. I actually do love the call of like, we're on eco. Let's just fucking run onto the B site on Ascent to just see where their utility usually is. You know? Like, I love that call where it's like, we're on eco. Let's just go fucking run into some trap and see exactly what they're doing. Right? Let's just go and like, use our faces to get information on how this team is playing over here. But that might be me just like wearing a tinfoil hat to be like, let's purposefully get caught by this haunt so we know where it is so we can one-way it later.
Want to try and even the scoreline before they get into this after plant. They're going to play it super aggressive.
Yeah, but this post plant's really uncomfy though. Look at how little space they have. They've kind of just traded positions.
Casey planted site, smoking. Tomasi now looking for the haunt, which is good.
Tomasi's got to be careful.
like aware for sure.
Reminds you of that first half.
Yeah, ISO's a bit of a disappointment. To be fair, a lot of the agents that have come out have just not been hit. I really hope that this new agent can actually be used competitively. Otherwise, I'm kind of losing my faith in agents being added to the game. Creative ideas, but actually useful ones, I don't know.
Just gonna close it down. It is costly. But KC get their.
He just I don't know if it missed him or if that was from someone else, but it
Good haunt.
didn't connect at all. So when they go swinging, it's Tomazi in a 1v1.
It's like, for me, these rounds come down to like KC using some good utility or taking a good fight, and then watching the rest of the replays as Fnatic kind of just fall like a house of cards.
Yeah, it was. And this time they're putting a
Right, being on a rebound where they're trying not to break the game. It's not about not breaking the game. I think it's just more like
Doing the Fnatic strat. It's literally their strat to spam through that, and Durka gets caught by it.
Yeah. So he's going to be suffering now. Down
What am I
on
trying to say?
a lot of that confidence that he was coming into this round with.
I think bringing in an agent undertuned and then buffing it, similar to Harbor, is good. But like, you can't think that Deadlock in the state that she joined the game in was good enough to actively play over Killjoy, over Cypher, over any other Sentinel, really. For ISO, I don't feel as bad on because there's so many diverse and fun options for duelists that ISO not being played is fine. You still got Yuri, you still got Rainy, you still got Jet, Raze, whatever. But for Sentinel, I was hoping that something would like bring it across to be more competitive with Killjoy and Cypher, but not quite. Good fight, good trade. Nice little crossfire from KC. Never mind. Oh my god, Martin's fucking aim is way too fast. That was like KC playing like Fnatic did in the first half. Just, you have a good crossfire, and then there's like, oh, there's a gap that gets exploited. And the whole fucking thing, everybody starts looking in different directions, and yeah, as soon as you have a round like that, that's when ENG comes in to talk.
Individually, so you're seeing there is that Omen TP, so not the most important or imperative, but still, Fnatic in touching distance of that, which is always a nice approach, right? We know scenarios, because as we've said before, and we'll say it time and time again, it's a very short list of teams who've managed to best Fnatic, right? It is a very short list. KC add their name to it, or was it just a good half?
Yeah, this map in particular, it's been nigh on unstoppable, and it looks like they're just going to go all in on this A-side control. Doug, that's surprising considering what sort of round this is. You're going to know your opponent's economy is a little bit low. Maybe thought the Chronic...
Wait. Stop talking too much. Just say KC dominated them. Probably the best team in E right now.
Would be able to back him up.
I don't know.
Gone from one Guardian, now becomes a rifle for Tomazi as well.
That's pretty nice. I don't like the aggression in these rounds, if I'm honest. Again, the fact that it's not necessarily untradeable, but incredibly hard to trade, and then once that rifle's gone, it's gone. So it looks like Fnatic going to try and get proactive elsewhere at the same time.
With Chronicle playing Tree, unless he killed him through a wall, it was untradeable. Yeah. Like, you needed quite a lot to really get anything from that.
Who do you think? I don't think it's that clear cut at the moment. Like, I don't think we've had the format to show it off that much. If Fnatic played 2 series, won 1, lost 1.
On this C take. Alpha will stick around and see that this is...
I'm not saying that KC didn't deserve to make Madrid. Not at all. They look fucking great.
Not going to probably fall too much for this.
They're going the other way. Like you can see the rotation.
But I'm trying to work out like what exactly went wrong, because so many people are just like, oh, it's innovation. Like Fnatic haven't innovated.
They'll put their bodies on the line. Oh, come on, Chronicle.
I don't know if it's that.
The rifle now still just in hands of Tomazi here.
Wait, what happened this run? Sorry.
Direction of his teammate, so that fake can see the rotation already coming through from Leo in the direction of his teammate, so that
utility, so he's not going to probably fall too much for this.
They're going the other way, like that.
Let me start this again, because this is like pretty much a straight eco.
Untradeable, but incredibly hard to trade, and then once that rifle's gone, it's gone. So it looks like Fnatic going to try and get proactive elsewhere at the same time.
With Chronicle playing Tree, unless he killed him through a wall.
I like that this narrate that's actually going for the lurk.
Needed quite a lot to really get anything from that. So a bit of
like if it's the Killjoy, if it's the Omen, if it's the Viper, you kind of like, they could lurk on their own. But like narrate, just using this kind of utility.
On this C take.
Like who like lurks on their own as a fade?
This is just narrate here. It's only been that fade utility, so he's not going to probably fall too much for this.
They're going the other way. Like you can see the rotation already coming through from Leo in the direction of his teammates. So that fake didn't really sell anyone at all.
Okay, but hold on. Yeah,
Again, trading's nice.
They'll put their bodies on the line here. Oh,
nice shot.
Chronicle. Shin tries to make it away, and that's the rifle now still just in the hands of Tomasi here. He's got Magnum with him.
They know that there's one on site, and they know that they can isolate him. So here's them taking the fight together. Really nicely done.
He lost sight of it for a second, and now they've got to plant a 2v2. 10 seconds. A tap on the spike. They didn't even commit to this. They're trying to draw him out, draw him in. A Boaster. He's going to find Magnum. Oh, Tomasi. Time. 3.
Oh my god.
Tomasi, that's obscene.
That is obscene.
He just toyed with Boaster and won.
That was an eco. That was just one rifle eco for fucking KC.
You've just taken one of the best IGLs we have, an 18-year-old kid, and he's just made him look a fool. There wasn't even enough time to plant. Boaster was going purely off the fact, okay, he has to stick this. It would be illogical to do anything else.
Oh, that is...
But that's what this team does. That's how they play with them.
Yeah, he knows what he's done. Look at him. Look at him. He knows it too. Oh,
Tomasi taps the spike with 4:30 on the clock.
That's a crushing round for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these are the rounds where, like, it happened to DRX against Gen G as well, where like DRX lost a lot of rounds that they shouldn't do, and it just like compounded, and they kept losing more and more equally like outrageous rounds. Like they're just this kind of round loss. Like I don't know if you'd necessarily time out off the back of it for Fnatic, but you could do.
For KC to isolate more fights there. They didn't fall for the fake, but they fell for everything else.
Because it's not just losing out that clutch in that fashion. It's like they had nothing, and you had players just isolate themselves, get traded out, and just not going for like good fights, worthwhile ones.
It's lacking financially.
And in the first half, that didn't work. A lot of their owns didn't really have the impact that Fnatic desired them to have. Looking like KC might be on that all-in. Bear in mind, a Viper's Pit might
Good haunt again.
Security, the util's fantastic.
I mean, that's still exceptional. They're standing. How is Chronicle and Alpha alive? That is beautiful from them to stem the bleeding. Tomasi.
This is a good round for Fnatic, though. This is more like it. Actually, like cross-firing, playing off each other, not afraid to use an ultimate. Do you think it's a good chamber to VOD review recently? You probably want something from Rank, to be brutally honest. Other than that, Life is some pretty good stuff. Who else? How many people have been actively playing him?
That's your answer. Isn't it?
Just watching Martin just fly through the air. 20 and 11 was playing for Saw last year in the Portugal for the team that they had. He's come in here. He switched roles from a duelist.
Fighting on A with a paranoia.
On this, I was getting nervous when I'm seeing Doug get a little too close again. Or is it Boaster? Come on, boys. They've got classics and ghosts. Let's just chill a little bit. They don't need a rifle.
It's interesting that Martin has both the rifle.
It's all of the stats as well of just, yeah, if you have a hero rifle, your chances of winning go up dramatically.
Let him try and
Might just be KC that are padding our stats though at this rate. Nano Swarm put on there, like, forces Durka out to fight this against an eco. Like, even though he gets 2, it's still, like, naturally risky.
You take it when you get it. I know, it's just obscene, isn't it? No spike yet. Trying to go for that rifle.
Nice shot from Shin. What time is Plat chat? I don't know, it's like 4. I'm not on it though. I think they're just taking like aggregate. Like they took like Chobra's top 10, TMV's top 10. I mean, they just took an aggregate for like 8 or 9 different people.
Quite know where Leo is to an extent, and they've got to know where Boaster was.
Like, I was watching Plat chat do his like stream on it yesterday, and like, I asked about it, and then I asked Kurt. I was like, oh, if you're doing this, can I throw mine across? So I kind of invited myself along, but I'd like to think that I could like give it a POV.
Young Gun, that's a lot to do, and two very unfavorable angles to work with. Not gonna happen against Young Man Alpha.
You just can't admit KC better. Better than Fnatic? Yeah. I mean, they won this series because they were the better team. They smashed them. But like, I don't want to be one of those people that's like, oh yeah, like fucking Fnatic are washed now.
Oh yeah. Like, even if Fnatic turned this around, I think you have to look at this from KC's perspective and go like, there were many rounds.
Like, naturally, I'm not looking at how Cam and Corp play this, despite them playing it well. Because I'm looking at, like, if you're fucking a team with a full buy versus an eco, a team that wins the eco, all good for them. But this team shouldn't have lost it, right? So I'm going to focus on the team that, like, is losing situations that they shouldn't be losing.
They give a rifle over to the opponents in an eco round.
Like, I'm specifically looking at it as a, what the fuck happened to Fnatic for them to, like, fall apart like this? I'm not saying what happened for Fnatic to allow a team like KC to beat them. No, KC caused this shit. Like, fucking Tomasi just did an insane clutch that he won. But, like, that's... Like, Fnatic are making mistakes that KC are punishing. And KC, for the most part, are forcing those mistakes. You don't need me to tell you that KC are good. Of course they're good.
Yeah, not ideal. They do have the site control. Not perfect, but it's job done to an extent. It still got them what they needed.
But I'm literally just watching this as like a what... Where did Fnatic go wrong?
I'm seeing if Martin feels that timing. Does he feel the timing on this one? We're going to see the lockdown coming into boot. This is everything. The kitchen sink. Alpha has slipped down towards the side. Pop one. Oh my god, he got caught.
Also, I don't really fanboy. I'm a fan of Jesse Vash and Stu, and that's it. Stay by got him at least.
What are you going to do here? What can you do about this one? There's nothing to be done. That snowball round is deadly.
First one's fairly good.
Can they then bolster around it? I'm seeing if Martin feels that timing. Does he feel the timing on this one? We're going to see the
lockdown used first.
Everything. The kitchen sink. Alpha has slipped down towards the side. Pop one. Oh my god, he got caught. Shin's going to find Alpha. Magnum going to catch Chrono.
Where was the attack? It was just a tree. Oh, Buster tried to break it. He almost had it too. And then just the post plants are too good. Like, you've got Martin on the other side of stairs here. That's such a good fucking post plant position from him, actually. Brave.
Yeah, and they reacted really well.
But he just knows better.
Goes into the site to put that lockdown in because it's the only thing that can force Tomasi out of the pit.
I'm also looking, yeah, I'm looking at Lotus because, you know, it's Fnatic's Lotus. It was famous for being unbeatable. And then they lost. Why? I mean, I'm going to watch Split again, too. Because I, like, to be fair to whoever it was that was having a go, I am watching this to, like, watch them all for KC and Fnatic, so that's accurate. Like, I should be watching Fnatic more than I should be watching Cam and Corp more than Fnatic, sorry.
Into Boaster, who has an Odin. You're not going to be expecting that when the Viper's Pit is on the other side, because it's normally Chronicle using...
Split has always been historically a bit of a rough map for Fnatic, right? I mean, obviously you have like Fnatic beating Gambit in that overtime game with the 0.04 defuse and shit from way back when. Fnatic turned into a monster on Split.
Solid as a rock, and he is one of them. Absolute backbone of a team at times. Casey didn't like what they saw there.
I think they only played loud at lock-in. They played like EG and stuff. I remember like the overtime game there. So Fnatic were like all right on Split, but I wouldn't. It's certainly not in the same fucking ballpark as their Lotus or Icebox. Like I don't like they shouldn't be picking it. But like it appearing in a veto like this, I think is like justifiable for them. They found EMEA on Split. Yeah, but EMEA last year was shit as a region. Like in comparison to what it is now.
Yeah, the whole play was around Boaster getting something. They don't have any ults even remotely close to being online, and
Fnatic have been really good on Haven last year.
doesn't look like a great
Again, I
score,
don't.
but at the same time, look how far down they are in the score. They kind of have to do something.
There we go. They're making a go of it. Martin
Nice. Holy
not
shit.
care less. Gorgeous connection. I'm pulling the plug on this round. They're still testing the World Tier Chronicle. Alpha. Oh, this guy. Absolute animal. I just don't know what to make of some of these players. KC up to 12.
How are you doing today? The dome looks less shiny than usual. I'm worried.
Yeah, you know, we've already had one upset today, right?
Really?
You could call the first game
I mean, I shaved it like
maybe
Monday.
60, 40%, maybe
So,
70,
I'm not sure why it wouldn't be
30%.
shiny. I don't have the blinds open, but yeah, I've actually started doing scaffolding work on the balcony next door,
They
so.
gambled an ult. They spent everything they have, and it's an Andalusia flawless for them to get to 12. Like, this is not a team scraping by. I think that's been the most exciting. There you go.
This means the world to them. This is, you know, it's not the ticket yet to Madrid, but it's getting you, you know, you can see the plane.
They ran into Lauda, we were playing initiators and counting back. Maybe, like, I've definitely had discussions with Mini about their split. So, I guess I sort of see it and hear it from another POV. Like, I think, I'm not going to leak anything, but I think it was like, Fnatic had their worries about split. And that they were, like, Mini would just outright admit, I don't mention it, like, Mini would just be like, our theory on how to play Lotus and Icebox is pretty solid. Like, we know what the hell we're doing there. Split is a map that I guess he felt that they were kind of close to unlocking it, but there was a lot of, like, things that they weren't sure how to approach. But I was like, oh, what kind of things? Like, you know, off the record, he was like, I'm not going to say. So, like, there was definitely things about, like, Fnatic's split that they felt was exploitable because they didn't really know how to fix that problem. Which, if I was to guess, was playing mid and how to effectively do defensive aggression on split in mid.
The second this comes close, the second there's an opportunity, that's when Fnatic strike. And for now, not going to do too much damage.
Like, that last part, again, like, Mini didn't tell me. That was me guessing.
Very far away from having the majority of
I think it was him literally refusing to tell me that I was just like, because just the ADHD brain was like, I must find out. And it just became like my mission for the next 2 days.
Similarly, the ults aren't there, but that was where
But I also was talking to him about it because we, Odd One Out, just started playing a lot more split.
I'm nervous. I'm watching this like I'm a viewer, but
And we ended up beating G2 on it, so that was kind of good.
They haven't seen this yet, but Shin goes down near
That's brave.
Isolates him, not letting that.
Oh,
Shin goes down without a fight. Leo isolates him.
this is just fucking people switching off.
They had no idea they crept up. Boaster hadn't called it back.
The Boaster didn't hit. Yeah, this is just like, this is just bad team play from Fnatic, isn't it? It's not innovation, just people aren't fucking talking to each other, clearly. Left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing.
The backbone at times. The Iceman himself pressured. Oh, he's going to be good for one, but he needed a little more here. 2v2 here. Chronicle still shoulder check to Matty. Creeping closer. Perfect work in unison from KC and Alpha.
It's worse on split, as you'll see. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind being fucking critical of Chinese teams or like Pacific because I don't really know them that well. But like, I mean, I don't want to be critical of Fnatic. I don't want to be in this fucking situation. Because I guess also I'm just partly worried that like if I just end up being like some fucking salty, nice shot. Another 4K from Tomasi. We literally know they didn't practice much. Yeah, and I think that was pretty like evident towards the end. Yeah, but like for me not working EMEA before, I don't know if I'm just a little bit like, I don't want to be like super critical of Fnatic because it just makes me sound some like salty, jaded piss baby because I didn't get to work EMEA. I'm just like, oh, all of the EMEA teams are shit now. If anything, I'm more tilted because I'm fucking not working the year where teams actually look good to watch. Like, oh yeah, I'm working fucking BBL versus Giants. Hooray! Let me just rip my dick off. Like that now, like we could get games that are like actually exciting middle of the pack shit instead of what days am I casting Fanatic on?
Might be one of the greatest rebuilds in history. From 10th place in the regular season to beating Fanatic to qualify to the first Masters.
Like, quality of Valorant.
Predicted that.
Like, EME is eating good.
I genuinely think Steel actually predicted KC to do well.
He doesn't know anything about it.
That's true, that's true. That's true. And
Playing poorly, Fnatic would beat a lot of teams in the EMEA. Yeah, just not right now. You know, everybody wants to beat Fnatic at this rate. Especially new teams that, like, don't have any drama or fucking skeletons in their closet.
We got a flash with Leo. Be fine, right? We don't have a late mid lurk coming out from Magnum that you got to worry about. He's buying loads of time as well.
What's your beverage of choice now? I mean, I've just finished another fucking Lucasade sports drink. I'd like a cup of tea. What time's it now? It's 20 past 2. Navi might have. Yeah, actually, thinking about it, like, I feel better about Navi after losing to Heretics than I do with Fnatic losing to KC. Because at least with, like, Navi, I'm a little bit like, they tried some shit. It didn't work. Like, I still like the no duelist comp on Sunset. I liked what they tried to do on Breeze. As, like, you just, like, lost out on individual moments. Like, I'm not afraid of Navi. But, like, for Fnatic, I'm just like, people connect you to playing, like, Ultimate Valorant, right? You know, when people talk about, like, Ultimate Football and just the way that, like, Total Football, sorry. I think Fnatic is the equivalent. The people look at them and go, they play Total Valorant. That they default properly. They have the right people on the right roles. They play, like, everything that Fnatic do is proper. They're not Paper X. Like, if you want a team that, like, sorts out their collar and makes sure they don't have, like, dog shit on their shoes, it's Fnatic. So, playing like this is, like, a real shock. If this was Navi, I don't think anybody would give a shit.
That's true. Oh god, Alpha's dead. Alpha.
Like, it just everybody gets fucking run over here, like at 5 miles an hour.
Fanatic to qualify to the first Masters. Who predicted that? Who was in French?
I think Steel did. I genuinely think Steel actually predicted KC.
Season 8, common spot.
That's true. That's true.
I do like that you got the paranoia that came through. You got the season 8, and despite all of it missing, like, the main goal is to get a kill or to blind somebody or to do that. The second goal is to basically force Alpha into this corner where he's alone, and he just gets mowed down.
Alpha was dead 30 seconds ago, but he just didn't know it yet.
I think that's what I like about, like, KC's stuff. Is like, it feels like every time KC uses a bit of utility, there's like 3 things they wanted to do. It's not like, oh, the Haunt didn't get anybody. Oh, it's like, the Haunt didn't get anybody, so that means that they must be here, so we're going to need this spot.
He's going to hear all these steps. He's heard them. He's seen them. And that's another one gone. This is nerve-wracking. I'm getting nervous watching this.
Util is super intentional. That's just the ENG diff. Yeah.
I don't even know if they clear Martine, though. Like, at this point, who's still sat in that corner?
Fuck, I just want this ENG to adopt me.
That's a Marlene position right there. Yeah, you don't clear that.
Why would you? Like, literally, you're fighting his teammate on the corner for a good 5 seconds, and Martine's like...
It is like a nice little rule, I suppose, of like, you go for a B split and there's a Cypher, fucking just put the Cypher in a corner. Like, if you go for a good B split, like, he's got to go CT. So we stop him going CT by nading this and paranoia in that.
Nervous.
Literally back him into a corner, put him in a box, send him back to fucking Turkey. That's what they did.
Fnatic have come in with exactly the same composition they were running last year.
Yeah.
I think the win rate on trying to play retake on Veto is incredibly low, though, Kim. Like, it's one of those ones that teams like, yep, no, we're not even going to attempt it.
Sliggy banned me from his chat.
I literally mean it is his comps, double smokes. Like, that's a Sliggy thing to do.
No, Tom. He did fucking triple smokes. He did Omen, Astra, and then Viper.
Didn't work with Liquid, though.
Wow. Neither did Sliggy. Banned me from his chat. He deserves it.
It's the same thing. Like, either you have to Scarper or you get stuck.
Neither did Sliggy.
Like, this is a horror film. This is just Helldivers gameplay. Is what we're watching. There's literally just all the fucking... There's a Bile Titan coming in onto the site at the same fucking time. That's how good these executes are for KC.
They've got classics, right? So you're just playing as a pack. Trying to achieve anything possible. Not particularly easy. The Bulldogs are coming out. The Stingers are here. This is going to be... Yeah, it's just free farm. If anything, you don't really want Tomasi's ult to be building up. You'd want someone else's, but you'll take what you can get at this point. You just want to kind of get the job done. He just wants it all himself, doesn't he? And he's going to get it near on all himself. Narrate.
I don't know if it's just because this is like his 4K, and that was against the Nico, but I'm like, should I have put Tomasi in my top 10 over Martine?
You don't want that. But just how confident this kid has been playing. Give him the frags. Let him do what he wants.
100%.
Just to be less duelist pilled.
I know that people have been watching, you might be overstaying. He was the best player in a server with Fanatic in the last map. On Lotus. Like, there's barely anyone.
Not over Martine. Over Martine, maybe.
You're not going, oh, I was the best player.
Surely somebody else can go. No, it was between those two. I'm not just gonna fucking fill my list of KC players. I already had a narrate in it.
Fanatic obviously going to be coming in with...
This was extra standard. Okay, I feel less bad.
Chronicle. Be careful to not isolate.
Like, why?
But Tom is the best of them all.
Okay,
where did he stun? Did he stun?
Let's focus in on KC here because they've got a decent purchase in this one.
He didn't stun. Is this full utility chronicle? This is full utility chronicle walking out into the angle against a bonus.
Gonna be grinning from that one. That's a freebie. No trade, nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing with this composition. The
only thing I could guess is just like nobody knowing split when you're fucking playing mid and then you come through here. Somebody just hasn't really called that like the full clumping ramp.
You up close. They want this stinger to be able to bridge the gap.
I had him rotating to help, just checking ramp and then being like, right, there's two fucking people here.
KC will pick up the pace and then slow right back down. Let you get in your own head. I'm also just looking at where Tomasi still is.
Yeah, posted good paranoia there. Trying to buy a little bit of time. Shin's on the way though. And Boaster's position is running short. He can't stick around here too long. He's going to have to call in Alpha, which he is doing. But Narrate...
Good from Durka.
With the drive-by. That removes a little bit of the problem, right? So they can hit those rotations, but they aren't. They're still sticking where they are. There's just so much faith in Alpha and Boaster. This is a lot on the plate. There's bodies everywhere. Boaster going to bail him out with another.
Gets a TP. Oh, he doesn't need it. All right, nice from those two. I actually liked that they held their ground, but it definitely didn't look comfortable. Like Boaster breaking the Yoru flash and stuff like that, and just...
scary that he was able to clear him out of position. Like, you're this time, but I want to see a little bit more control.
Tomasi limit testing. Boombot haunt, checking all that stuff. Have it broken. Smoke. Just like KC, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like bits of utility, just overlapping it to a T. Not just like straight like utility execute. But like a lot of utility just like if they use fucking, you hear an Omen TP, you see a smoke, you see a fade haunt, you see, and then they cut noise. Yeah, there's no fucking surprise that Fanatic have two people looking here. Why would you ever dedicate that much utility and do nothing with it? But that's KC, that's ENG. And then Chronicle's like, guys, where do you want me?
This feels like bullying. I'm about to call in the bully hunters at this point. This feels unfair to Chronicle.
Because he's like, oh, there's noise B. Are they out? No. Okay.
Those two were exceptional last time, but how many times can we ask them to do this? And it looks like KC have got the space this time again. But Boaster,
nice from Boaster.
Trying to defend with his life. It's still Alpha here, so they've got so much more to do.
I mean, you could probably guess where he's gonna be at this rate. You've bullied him into this, like, you've put him in this jail.
KC don't have the same amount of room.
Smoking CT, and then it's just gonna be a well-timed like double peak. Lovely trade. Good God.
Not letting it slip away from the 1v2 for Durka here. Not gonna happen. Shin prowling around, finding him.
I do like the sort of like abundance of utility, and then just slow walking everything. Like just the it's got to be so tilted to play up against because you're like, what the fuck are these guys doing?
Alpha's one of the best on this. In any of these scenarios, Alpha is so good, and again, They've gone for a gamble play here, Fnatic. Maybe feeling that, oh, they're surely going to switch up and hit an AP.
It's such a weird default, but I really like it. Just the fake TP over. So you have to like really peek out to make sure he's there or not. And then the smoke.
Force the rotations back, almost back to this default for Fnatic.
Like it just glues somebody in. Even with the Cypher utility, you still just don't know. And it means that all of the Cypher utility is on the B site instead of up in mail, up in vents. You know that the judge is here. Are they going to be scared of it? Nope. In fact, showstopper, just to clear him out. Nice shot. Good trade. They know where fucking Boaster is with the judge, at least. He gets sprayed through by Narrate.
Desperate to try and find a connection, but still, look who's still lingering around. There's still players up here. Shin's still up here. Gets cleared out by Durka. That's the difference. Finally, they have a step forward.
Still with the chance in this round.
Have we seen what Casey do if Fnatic fight for B main?
It's Narrate who's low.
Probably nothing, because you only have Tomasi over there.
He's had enough of being pushed around this map. He wants in and he gets it. That is classic Chronicle.
I mean, I imagine we might. I mean, I hope we do. But like what? They just clear Tomasi? Like, yeah, here they are. Like, stunning. Omen TP fight for it. It's just a one round where KC are just not actively working on it. Cypher's moved over towards A. Good flash, good nade. Foster has some good utility. Still going though. Just way too much to deal with. Boaster's been farming him at least. Not the one time. I mean, you called it really well, but it's also like this game has been done and out more than a week at this rate. No, about a week. It's Thursday, wasn't it?
It does look like even without some sort of pause, they've realized what their opponents are doing and adapting.
And to be fair, if we're going to be talking,
but this is a good like steady of the ship. You got the Sky over towards B, which I personally prefer. I think Sky playing here is so much better than playing A. Like, I prefer this default more. But obviously, it's just how Chronicle plays. I think if you change the breach out for a Viper and you play the Viper here, like with the wall across there, and that, I think you've got a pretty good comp going.
See the response. Chronicle, ready.
Yeah, he's like, I have my Rolling Thunder. I'm ready to use it. But who's actually going to do fucking anything off of it? A good call for Chronicle. But I can't help but feel like that's a, you know, an oversight, I guess. On the A site, you still have that Rolling Thunder. Omen TP, it's still quite far away. You don't want to die, Chronicle. You do have support, but like, Fnatic looking incredibly paranoid. I guess Viper make... Yeah, I agree with that. I just meant just general speaking. I do like Viper and Cypher. Oh, and nobody's with him to like protect him whilst he's ulting. Showstopper's been used. Oh my god, just the zero sum of the ults being used is sad. Because it feels like that's, you know, Fnatic have kind of coerced him into playing like this. Like, you've got this. This is a little bit, you know, nervous from Fnatic. But, like, reclaiming this is good. Like, you have screens. You want to reclaim this. Maybe fight ramp. You have plenty of places. Like, you fight. You clear it. This is good. This is good. Have these people here. You got 3 people here now. Sky flash for ramp. You kind of go for a fight. Just one. And then everybody leaves. And Chronicle stays. Narrate just doesn't get spotted. I mean, the ultimate that actually came out of Magnum was kind of good. He died for it, but I don't hate it.
Look at him tucked in the water. Martin is one. He's still doing damage, but look at the HP here. Boaster, surely he's got enough for this one. Martin's creeping closer. The timing, I don't think he's got
wow.
Time. Martin goes down with the ship and gets KC another round.
My Buster's just got too much to do and too much to worry about. Honestly, I was a little bit like going into like rewatching this and being like, how much of when there's no innovation or like the disjointed team play, how much of that is like Boaster's? How much is it? It's not how much of it is Boaster's fault. It's more like how much of it does it fall onto Boaster's shoulders. And I think from watching it so far, not really. I think if anything, Boaster's been one of the only players that seems to be keeping his head above water, which, like from watching more closely for the last couple of rounds, I think it was like Boaster that was definitely looking the most like flustered. But I'd say that like Boaster's done well keeping his head like above water here.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody jump down from the top rope and use a nightfall at the same moment. Also, that one kill from Magnum, that takes away the Rolling Thunder. That removed the entire plan from Fnatic. It was one kill.
Like I usually, like I think one of the biggest problems for Fnatic historically has been like Boaster overcalling certain situations. Like I remember like Maps on Bind where he's like trying to, like he hears noise on the A site. His team hear noise on the A site on defense, and he tells his team to like stack on one. I don't want to like. I'm trying to remember a particular round. It might have been against Leviathan at Copenhagen, maybe. Might have even been kind of Reykjavik that year earlier. There's definitely times where I feel like Boaster like overcalled rounds, like stacked on the wrong side, overcooked with some ideas, and it's sort of burnt Fnatic. But I don't think that's what's happening here.
Going together, and he gets that going. Okay, the nightfall was manic.
Like I think the strat from Fnatic is fine. It's just people aren't playing it very well.
We see them test that A side as well because, again, if you roll your mind back to every time we've seen kind of Fnatic on this sort of map, that camera just gives them so much more freedom. Divide gonna go through.
Yeah, I feel like for Fnatic, it's like the first 15 to 20 seconds is grand, but if somebody throws something a little bit like this is fine. This reaction is great. Like, okay, you're pushed hard. Who's the support that's coming in to help Boaster? Like this happens a lot on when teams used to attack against Fnatic on A. Like Alpha would just rush off the site, and then he'd have somebody like Chronicle or Leo come to Heaven to support him to fight it.
To see if they're up to anything here.
Like Boaster being caught by all of this is not like he hasn't made a mistake. Like this is fine. Okay, he's paranoid. All of this stuff's come through. He has to back up. The response is like they're pushing B. Durka comes in to support. Paranoid's used. It doesn't get Narrate, unfortunately. And Narrate just 1v2 them. I don't think it's like they absolutely just ran through him. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad like mid-round call. Like you can understand everything that Fnatic were doing there and what the general plan was. It was just that the plan didn't work. But I don't know if it's like, because I literally just said they do the same thing over on A. So I don't know if that's just like KC being aware of like, we attack on the B site, the player that's on the B site is going to back off, and somebody's going to peek to help them on Heaven. We can basically scare the player on site away, take the fight on Heaven, then kill the player on site.
I think he's just trying to drift away. I mean, the money, maybe they could do a bit of damage to it, but even then, you're clutching at straws, really. Should be fine here. Karmine core. Now, Heaven is absolutely perfect. The money. Chronicles have been almost...
What is Narrate about to do?
I don't know. I'm a bit...
Oh, an A execute, finally.
This whole look. But again,
is this the Forsaken TP? The one that's here? Oh no, he's actually TP'd early. Sees where Alpha is. Again, same thing, same thing. Literally what I just mentioned. The player on site gets pressured. The two players this time peek through the... Like, this is just Fnatic's defense. Like, you've seen it now. Like, I called it and it's happened. Of just player on site pushed, players that are playing like in tower, go to help and support.
Just give the info over to the showstopper. That's literally the goal.
Where does that showstopper go instead? Don't know, because fucking Zilv is just shit. I can't keep up.
Durka's just flown down middle. They know this is going to be an ABs. Like there's no subtlety to this. He's just TP'd. He's just pushed away Alpha essentially.
I think he's trying to just give the info.
Because I was like, okay. I mean, it's also the pressure. Like, they're not playing up on heaven. There's so much stuff going on with the Euro, fucking every agent under the fucking sun trying to say their name. They're like, well, they might have seen us up here now, so I, as the Sky, I'm gonna fucking push right into here with a stinger.
Over to the showstopper. That's literally...
And I'm just like, I wonder where the showstopper gets thrown. Does it get thrown where the Yoru stood? Because he's basically like on the Cypher being like, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me.
Oh, and a nice attack.
The rate dies though, Alpha gets him, and that's when Martin comes out of the ult with a shorty.
Leo, but it's nothing.
And then somebody peeks out clearing Chronicle in that common spot.
They've just won the site. They've just won the site. Any sort of problems are done for. If I'm Fanatic, I'm calling a timeout after this one.
Really weird. He's on a stinger. I think this, but it is like a mental thing. Like, oh, shit. I'm going to like push him. That is the internal monologue. That is your demon screaming at you to go push up because you're on a low buy and they've seen you.
Look at these post-plant positions. Really nice readjust. Not making it comfortable at all.
Like, there's a really good video that Zesh did where he interviewed God B from way back when. And God B, like, perfectly explains... I need to find it. Like, it's such a good video. Zesh, God B. It's old. But I remember there was, like, a talk about...
It's to start speaking English after we had, like, 15 minutes of German. Obviously, if you don't know who this is, you have missed out the last 10 or 12 years.
It might be this.
So you can learn through experience and increase and increase and increase. But I think sometimes, not always, because you mechanically need to do it, but sometimes you will...
I miss God B in Valorant.
...boost in improving by just sitting down and watching. Like the demo thing, for example. I think also Tizian said that last year or something, where he started, I'm watching more and more demos. I started to watch more and more and more and more demos to have a better understanding of things. And I think this is what many young players, they just now just tend
to
ask yourself, what do I need to do to get the best, to be the best? And if you answer, for example, the question, why are you playing as much, and you say, I want to be the best, this would be a lie, because it is the most easiest way to do the most stuff. It is easier.
I think it might be this.
Do this and that, which it's
in a perfect balance all the time. You will probably do this one thing a little bit more than the other, and maybe in one point you will enjoy watching demos a little bit more than
oh,
the
this
other.
is just...
So it will have like
with gaming than with things are easier to blame on you. That's
hold on, yeah.
Mental strength, two different sort of mental strengths for each.
Yeah, would agree, because it's who you gonna blame not to going into the gym. Of course, you find some.
The weather's bad.
Yeah, exactly. Like you will find some stuff, but you will know that this is probably just bullshit anyway. And in like if you try to get immortal, for example, you can also try to ask yourself how much better you need to be than the rest of your team to, even if you have bad teammates, to.
I'm trying to find it.
If I need to answer straight away, I would say yes.
Okay.
I think there's some part of stuff which are specifically where you are talented. That doesn't mean that you cannot learn the other stuff, or that other can reach. They can reach you. But if I need to say it in percentage, I would always say that hard work is much more important and will get you more.
And therefore, routine and they in doing actively the picking up.
Sounds like it. It was written in the book, to be honest, because it's like it's well thought. You know, like it gives you a lot of reasoning and explaining, which a lot of stuff would thought. But there's one question: is how would anyone who wants to show you or make you believe in that talent exists, how would it look like for you? Like, how would it look like that you would say, man, this might be talent?
I'm trying to find it. So he basically talks about, like, protocols are effectively ignoring that voice that's in your head that tells you to peak when you shouldn't. Like, it's that part in your brain that when you're under pressure that tells you to make a play. Protocols is having the discipline to basically shut that part of you down. to like ignore those kind of like your just amygdala screaming at you to do something.
Esports or specifically.
But I can't find it for whatever reason.
I can't.
Like what I think like the people didn't understand is like everyone else had like the 2.5 thousand hours more than me. So like they have 2,500 hours more than me when I started, and it was my first year. And even then I had some okay performances, but it get to one point where I was a little bit upset about the situation, and of course that showed in my performance. Challenge me again and try my best. And
player in attacks. He was having, you know, statistically, superficially, he was having like a 1 rating. He was doing just fine. He was being part of the team, but he never had a performance where he would like, oh man, you need to. Oh, he's gonna be the next superstar. And I think he was the prime example in that should have shown everybody that, you know, professionals know when you.
I wonder if it's something to do with that.
Visualizing things and thinking about how it looked like is one of my gifts or my talents, I would say.
Okay. I seriously don't bet to chess of randomness and luck more than the other. Do you personally chess?
Fully answer that, but I see the point of people thinking like this, that it is comparable, but I see of course your point as well, that I would not compare it, and I would also say I would not compare it as well. I would maybe compare it more to like poker, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you need to raise up the time which is happening, not
It's a
only
fucking
like in a vacuum.
3.5 hour video. Oh, there's another one as well. Oh, this might be it.
Wait, from the game perspective, how is it for you to handle the players like on an emotional, on a moral, you know, on those bases?
Like it's also I think it lot depends on the team dynamic already, because I think if we wouldn't have
What are fundamentals? This has got to be it.
Fundamentals is a really big word. Could you help me define, both of you, starting with you, Kundi, what are fundamentals? Because it's a big.
Yeah, that's a big question. I think maybe this hot take, but I think most of the players don't know what is fundamentals. Let's be honest. Like, okay, they know like fundamentals trading and stuff, but when it gets to the high pressure games, it needs to be on the backbone, the trading, the team play, the communication, like all the things that you are kind of doing automatically, and then the pressure doesn't hit you, and then you do the every basic thing what you need to do to win the games. I think I don't know how to, like, I haven't thought about the fundamentals.
I can help you out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's very, very easy, guys. Okay,
Oh,
you will
no.
both say, yeah, you're right. It is, what is fundamentals? Fundamentals is just one thing in everything, okay?
Don't peek.
No, it's just discipline. That's it.
Okay.
Fundamentals is just discipline. The more you are disciplined, the more fundamentals you will gain. That's it. It's all about fundamentals. It's about discipline. If you have the discipline to don't peak, over peak, to play for after plans, to be disciplined in calling. That means that you call, hey, let's peak in 3-2-1. Or say what you see, say what you don't see. Like, this is like everything comes under. But the first thing is, the most important thing is discipline, and discipline brings good fundamentals. That's why I think the CIS teams at the moment, and also in other games, are very, very good, because what do they bring?
It's perfect, right? It's just a perfect encapsulation of like, and I do think that like the word fundamentals just kind of just lose its meaning. You know, the amount of times you'll hear Love said like this team has good fundamentals, but then there's no like what does that come under? And it's like, it is just like good discipline to see a game plan out. And that game plan seems to just be not really existing for Fnatic in this game. Like, yeah, this is just fundamentals. Like, the player from Heaven not peeking, waiting. And then you have the Omen try to peek it. They try to peek it together. Still not enough time.
But it doesn't matter. Is Karmine cause again? They have answers. That beats the break.
Like, it's such a good little video. Like, you'll see a lot of teams lose that discipline when they kind of go up to match point or series point because they start rushing. They want to try and finish and win out the game as quickly as they possibly can, and it's just, yeah, kind of doesn't work.
If they can handle it this time, Massey creeping closer this time. He has to fall back.
They've already spotted the setup though. That's the thing. A lot of what Fnatic were doing just moments ago was taking that B main control. And KC, I don't even know if they plan to go towards the B side. It doesn't look like it. Their whole plan is just to force Fnatic back, remove their information, and pressure elsewhere.
I'm looking at the positions. I'm looking at that spike. It was drifting up towards the vents, but
so Cypher's back on B. Tomasi showed himself early, kept those players glued in. Pulled 3 defenders over towards A, so it's looking like an B split's going to come in. Just again, if you're like going for a B execute against a Cypher and an Omen, where the breach and the Sky and the Raze aren't there, it's just delightful. Oh, the paranoia and then narrate going on there is way too good. Now Alpha's like trying to push up and do more. Now he's maybe able to there. Bit unlucky, but rest of KC is just too super locked in.
Those long road rotations are not going to do enough here. Leo would have to clear out.
And Leo's saving. Yeah, Leo's saving. He's 1 and 6. Says a lot that like the one disciplined player of this team that just doesn't die first, doesn't fall into any of those traps, was the one that was diving in to fight them in the A main choke and then just not involved in this round at all. Man, B executes are just too good. Stun's good. Everybody's here though. Surely there's no way in now. Nobody's been mean to me in chat yet. There's always a chance.
Magnum and Shin though, can they make this costly? Can they do any more damage to them? What can they do about this?
Mostly they've been the backbone. Right, you'll look at these two players, especially Shin. I think he's like 4 on 4 or something right now because his only impact has really been in post plants. Using his utility well.
Running all the way to A. The Cypher stuff is on A. They've got a plant in. So the 2 versus 5.
Again, if you're Karmine Core, you're looking for a pick, right? You're looking for anyone here. You know, you're trying to get that.
2 versus 4. No, Theft has shown where these attackers are, which is good ult.
Look how much they're investing for this one. Shin, they've got to work in perfect unison. Magnum and Shin have to be
Omen TP backside. Not quite been stuck, but it definitely like pulled his attention. And Shin in a 1 versus 4 for a second.
It's very much doable, but look at the bullets. He's only got 14 left to play with. Already on the spike. Boaster gonna get it started. Takes some damage.
He didn't get half.
5 bullets. That's all he's got. And he's got a 1v1 up against Alpha. Another tag.
Oh, he did get half.
Goes back to it.
My mistake.
But they've got
I mean, everybody was there for the B execute.
They're getting something.
This is nerve-wracking time now.
They did this last time. It's the same
AWOL again.
Have that cosmic divide, then they
Cuts off the camera as well.
They did the exact same thing last time, and then he TPs back to the other side.
So you're just playing off the trip so you don't know. Nightfall pulls in Boaster. He gets traded. Seekers is used. Wow, he jumps to power. Fully paranoid, he jump peeks that. That's brave. Alright, I think that ended up being like a fairly decent half for Fnatic in the end, despite losing the pistol. Like, they did just get ran over on the B site, but I think they steadied the ship towards the end. This is, I guess, where it starts to go really wrong. Oh my god, fucking Durka reloading. The C's. Oh, I thought he was going to drop down then. Thought he was just going to hop down and take the fight.
Maybe just trying to keep his life, not, you know, overextend a little, but Fnatic were ferocious in that, just almost overly hunting them down.
Only middle control currently available for Fnatic. I was going to say at the beginning, this is kind of where you expect Durka to step up. This is where the utility is centered around him taking control. He's dead within the early seconds. Again, somewhat to a mistake. Just reloading while peeking an angle. It's not something you expect to see. And KC have been there to capitalize every single time. Look at the position. They're very taking.
Leaving it late in the day. 20 seconds and they go for the execute. There's 2 players here already. 10 seconds.
Luckily, Chronicle is nuts at this game, so he should be able to get him a plant. Leo going to catch anyone trying to look towards heaven.
They're pushing.
Close. Oh my god, Magnum is right.
Oh, way too close. And then Leo's nowhere near. You can just stick it. It's not planted for heaven.
There's nothing to be done here.
They see him coming. They'll see him dropping, hear him running. All the time bought. Nice from KC. I mean, it is just getting onto the site with 15 seconds left. There's 2 players here. How did Martin get here? Did he just walk? He was there the whole time. So that was pretty much it. Both pistols lost from Fnatic on this map. They won one on Lotus, lost the other, I think. Might have won both of them, actually.
But again, even seeing them keeping composure at these points, not overheating too badly. You know, again, you want them confident, you want them taking challenges, taking those fights like they are favored, but you don't want them going too far. You don't want to see a rifle fall to the other hands, right? Those rounds have to be clean.
Nice ace. Yeah, I'm glad that I had Martin on my list, actually.
An ace and a Luthia flawless.
Oh, excuse me.
You have to look at this now as what were the team's expectations? I've spoken to ENG, Zeish. They said we just want to play as many matches as possible. Don't care what the results are. We want to learn. Fnatic in interviews have gone, our goal is to win all 3 internationals. You might not even get to one unless something changes rapidly. And right now, we're always going to talk about this. Like, okay, now Fnatic will come back. Now Fnatic will come back. I think it's to the point where we almost have to say KC have been by far the better team in this match so far.
No, they have.
Wait, what did they do with the lineup for the cages, actually? Because there's 2.
Changes rapidly, and right now, we're always going to talk about this. Like, okay, now Fnatic will come back. Now Fnatic will come back.
The back box.
To the point where we almost have to say KC.
Oh my god, fucking flashbang.
Flashbang.
I think if you do it off this chair, no? Or this chair. I think you do it from, he's like on the bottom back corner, and I think you do it off the front corner. This one's always easy, it's always just basically looking at this. Luckily, it's not an exact science.
I don't think that's, you know, look, everyone does like saying that I am wildly biased to Fnatic, but every time I just cast Fnatic, they win. It's very hard to not just call it how it is. But this is so much credit to KC in my mind. Seeing them come into this, watching them throughout this season, as it's showing everything. They've played so many games.
Yep, right there.
So there's nothing hidden, right? Yeah, you can reinvent a little bit, but again, you're playing so close to those previous games. They're still coming back in with new looks. They're still operating at such a high level. For Fnatic to fall to it feels almost unthinkable, unforgivable.
This is Judge from Nori? Yes, it is. Nice skin for the Judge, actually. Oh, they know he's there. Instantly backing up. But I mean, a minute's passed already.
Shuts the door a little on heaven for now.
And now with the Omen watching a main, the Euro can take a really nice angle on ramp to watch behind. Now he needs to be a bit more careful because of some of the, I think the cyber cages came through. So he throws that out. Narrate tries to go for that. Doesn't have his TP anymore, so he has to be a little bit careful. But he has his ultimate if he wants to get out. Nice from Alpha, but still, like 20 seconds left. Like Fnatic have just had a lot of time just pissed away. 10 seconds again. You gotta die here. You gotta plant. 6, 5, 4. It's in a very scary spot. It's gonna get stunned. Oh my god, Chronicle. Oh, he has actually just saved them there, but that is a bonus from KC. Crazy round for them.
woods just yet, though. They need more. They gotta keep finding this. Martin's going hunted.
Yeah, the paranoia. I remember this round. The Omen TP in close to paranoia across is crazy.
That was targeted. That was an assassination right there.
If we don't have a cam of Alpha being absolutely fuming after this, I'll be very, very surprised. Like, that is a ridiculous set play. Like, you never expect him. That in their heads, that's probably, oh, that's an information play. They're looking to see if we're there. They're never expecting him to just come out of the dimensional drift and boom, Alpha here.
Oh. Okay, one away from Alpha Chronicle here. So if he could get that this round.
KC still lose this round, but they won the mental battle. Yeah, I think it was like the last couple of rounds that I was like glued in.
Looking to commit towards the safe side. Smoke just being committed as well. So eyes towards heaven. Do they win the fight? Already you can see the adjustment.
Again, leaving it really tight on time, but I think when you're a player down, naturally this is going to happen.
Towards CT, looking to isolate Narrate on the site. This is going to be very difficult to hold on to for Narrate.
Fade Hound, see if anybody's close.
There it is. He knows this is coming his way. Can he do anything about it though? No. Durkin is quick to task. He knows his job.
Nice execute.
Fantastic from him. Plant should be in. Don't think that's going to be denied. No, and the lurk from
yeah, this is good. Everything that Fanatic did there seemed really well drilled. And then save.
Go and you catch someone off ticks.
Yeah, this back to back a little silly, doesn't it? To keep it up though. Can't just be a flash in the pan. I kind of thought that was going to be it for KC. You know what I mean? Just that little, high tempo, little dangerous individuals. No, they are very much the real deal. But into this round, you're looking at Narrate, you're looking at Martin.
Pushing mid.
Right, that's the punchline.
One in sewers.
Far back Fanatic are. Like, genuinely look at where the players outside of that B site are. They are still sat so far back, just waiting for KC to do something, because that's what they have been doing. And the fact is, Martin did make a move.
Yeah, I kind of like that they almost tried.
1 second. Just need to give Raf some food because I can hear them kicking off. There we go. Right. Back to it.
Oh my god. Look at the damage. Look at Durka.
That boombot saved his life.
Yeah, literally saved his life. Fortunately for him, he can get a heal. Leo's going to invest that, but
Instant response from KC to 4 push A.
They're sending it after Alpha. He's going to be feeling so uncomfortable. He felt the timing just right, though. Credit to Alpha for that internal clock, right? Feeling out that there was something going on here. Didn't like it. And the response from Fanatic.
Why didn't I make myself a cup of tea? A cup of tea right now would go done really nicely.
Trying to keep them as far away as possible. Maybe the right choice here. But is it the right timing? So Massey's going to check this. It is when Durka's on the money. But they know now. The plan's been seen. The players are nearby. Karmine call looking.
Ooh, nice shots.
Gonna find Durka. Here we go. How much more? Martin comes online.
This is another eco, like a 50 round the KC end up winning. Just might be.
But Boaster needs to go big here. So does Leo. KC closing the gap.
Great shot. I am wondering now, knowing what we know. Two pistols each. First kills are even. Ecos. Semi-ecos. Half buys. Guess that's more accurate to what it is, right? Oh, somebody's back at a bald ass head.
That was gonna be.
Yes.
12k on their buy. It's not really 2 rifles, which they kept because they were saved. So I guess it doesn't count as a 50, but it kind of is. I'm gonna go make that cup of tea actually. Whilst I have a minute, so be right back. What kind of tea are we having? Just normal tea. English breakfast.
To keep it up though. Can't just be a flash in the pan. I kind of thought that was gonna be it for KC. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah, 12. Ooh.
a little dangerous.
How we manage this?
Very much.
12k buy.
Right, like they've got better concepts, better comps. They've got individually
Full buys for both.
But you get
Showstopper, Cosmic Divide,
Let's see though, we're not there yet. The line
Nightfall for Magnum.
Madrid is still on the cards. If Fanatic can close, Martin gonna feel that first pressure and falls away.
Yeah, the thing is that was a
4 people rotating over, including the Euro who just TP'd there. Showstopper, Heaven, Skydog, seeing if they could find anything to follow. Yeah, has Durka had a kill with his Showstopper? Like, on attack? He didn't on Lotus, did he?
Eyes and ears listening and watching what Fnatic are doing here. Yeah, they'll get the plant, but it's gonna be a 5v5. Possible retake.
I think you're muted. I shouldn't be. Hello? No, I'm not muted.
Something up the sleeve. Paranoia sent. And narrate the first one in. Feeling brave. He's going to spot them out, but Doug is going to send Magno away. Martin, great work from Chronicle on the back lines, but it is down to Shin now. 1v3, that's a lot to ask. And a lot of utility now put exactly towards him. And Chronicle, he's just going to be the bodyguard. If he has to stand there himself and stop him at the door, he will do. Yeah,
alright, so that's Fnatic on to 8.
They've done it. Fnatic.
I don't know if this is too loud or anything, but I shouldn't. No, I'm here. Hello, test, test, test. I think that's all working fine.
How many times about hype? So you got to really give credit where it's due there. Now, money's still standing for both sides. You know, it's starting to wane a little for KC. You're going to see that judge come.
What money are they on? Doesn't say.
You know, it's starting to wane a little.
Not a lot though.
KC, you're going to see that judge coming out. I mean, maybe not the end of the world here, but Boaster. It's a massive shot onto Massey. Again, Boaster's been a bit of an unsung hero for this side in certain moments, but it's not just one side of aggression. I think Fnatic have noticed that.
Yeah, they got all the info off the horn, and Tomazi trying to make a play off the back of it, this time shutting it down. And there was a push initially from Martin, but I just think he was too far.
I guess the only thing, like, I sort of think about it this way. Did we already watch the Ace when production didn't show us? That was in the grand final, wasn't it, against Heretics? Wasn't in this game. But no, we've not watched the finals yet.
Magnum, how much can one man do here? Yeah, look at this. Look at him trying to just dip, dodge and dive around all the bits of utility.
Wow, he gets boast on the TP. He just knows too much. Great flash though from Leo. And even though Durka just peeks into 4 people. Nice round. Too many games to keep track of? Yeah, that's why we're rewatching some of them. I'm gonna leave this whilst I get my tea. One sec.
Right? It's when you see 10, you think, oh, that's not great. We're against double digits. Don't love that. 11's even worse.
Is this a KC pause again?
They let him sweat.
I don't. Yeah, that's what it seems like. But I actually do think that a lot of the time these are proactive pauses coming out from Karmine Corp. It's like, okay, we won that round. We cheesed it a little bit. There was some heroics.
Yeah, we'll take that.
And I think also ENG just realizes, okay, if my squad gets that hype, I'll calm them back down.
Yeah.
Get them back into the mindset. Because the thing is, they haven't been doing this off momentum or off of like just pure, oh, we're so hyped up, we're going to win these crazy individual fights. They have been methodical in a lot of the way they played this round. They've been clever in how they actually set up different little pieces thrown in all the way through. And okay, sure, there's some heroes in there as well.
Sure. I mean, I only have one question really remaining. What color is it? At this point, at 11 to 8, Karmine Corp leading Fnatic in map 2 after they claimed map 1. We go again. How much in the tank for Fnatic here? They depend upon any of these greats, these absolute heroes of who they are. Can one of them be the difference maker now? Boaster.
Yeah, I said in breakfast.
The Karmine Corp, they're not playing on site.
Retake again. Now the success of it last time wasn't particularly great.
Yeah, this is where I started watching from.
It's working exceptionally well.
Like literally off a KC timeout, Fnatic just overburdened themselves. Tried to go for the B executes and they just get waterfalled on, or panic that they're gonna get waterfalled on. Post plants are just not in good positions. And when T ult to just see if they can check in that corner. Great util.
Boaster's gone down, but there's still another towards the backside. That's going to be Leo. The problem is he can't take that isolated fight, and he's going to have to just face this. He has to try and get in there. Shin's not stopping. Shin is not stopping, and neither are Karmine Corp.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember this. Hype was good.
That's all you can focus on at this point, because they know it. You can feel it in the air. Something is wrong, and Martin, he's taken down Durka. Frag by frag, they are taking away the chances here. Booking themselves into the unthinkable. Everyone doubting them at the start of the season. They still have to finish. They still have to get across the line. 4 more kills. 1 minute and 14. Can they live through it? Can they defend that long? Martin thinks so. He wants in. He's teeing him up. This is so much information. He sees everything. And look at Tomasi. Look at them closing in towards this. He's rejoined on the other side. It does leave space towards A. But now he waits.
So it's the plan is just to try to sharpen them towards A, I guess it would be.
For having a look. They're playing for retakes if they have to every single time. They're sitting so deep. The thing is, at this point,
And just getting all that information, I guess, forces Fnatic to just check and clear all of this slowly. Like, painfully slowly.
The rest of the players are not far away.
Does Shin get a freebie here? Did Fnatic still think there's someone on the site? Do they think they've completely evacuated the site? What do Fnatic read into this? They're hesitating.
I like the Shin doesn't show anything, though. They don't know if he's here or not. They might have heard him jump beforehand, but I don't think so.
He gets to survive for another couple of seconds. Couldn't deal with Alpha. Site now starting to wave the Fnatic flag. The spike is down.
And this is a round of Fnatic. Yeah, I think it ends on B. Ends on a fake plant B, and then Narrate jumps in on the raise. Or does it end here? I honestly cannot remember. I feel like I'm having fucking... Never mind, that was dumb. Must have been the last round I wasn't paying attention to Narrate. I think production could have fucking waited a second before fucking spamming it. Production was like, bang, we got stuff after this, don't leave. Please don't fucking leave.
This is unlike
All right. Rewatching that. Yeah, I think for like Fanatic, it's just I don't believe. I guess the one thing I can argue in like the innovation point is I remember like watching Fnatic play like Sentinels on Fracture. No, do you remember like the Fade Seas Orbital Strike play that they would do? Like little things like that on Fracture that like they just was like, oh, they're cooking. They got some really like nice ideas and stuff. I think that's probably what people mean when they sort of say that there's like no innovation on this team. Because I don't think they need to innovate. I don't think there's anything wrong with the comp that they ran. I don't think there's anything wrong with what like the default stuff on Lotus. It's just a lot of the cool new stuff that we saw, like teams being big brain, came from like Karmine Core. Like the Omen Flash, the Euro Ultimate, TPing closer so they can hit it and connect it together. Like a lot of the stuff there was kind of well drilled from Karmine Core and from Fnatic. It just seemed like the basic stuff they were doing beforehand. But yeah, seems that they didn't really have too much of a plan, I suppose. But yeah, so we'll do KC Team Heretics, I think, over today, tomorrow, maybe Friday. Catch up on their games. So they've played a lot of Lotus. Have they played all of Karmine Core's Lotus? Karmine Core, if we look at Lotus, 5 games. They lost to Heretics 13-4, which they kind of got bodied on. They beat Giants on it. And they're running the same comp. Raze, Killjoy, Viper, Omen, Fade. Let's do it per map, I guess. Karmine Core. Is this their main pick? One of them. They play Sunset, they play Split. But they have picked Bind, they have picked Descent, they have picked Icebox. It's only Breeze that they just haven't played. Sorry, that's Wins. Pick Sunset, pick Split. Picked Icebox once. Not playing Breeze, not really playing Ascent. Did you put all this data to Excel yourself? Or you fetched it somewhere? It's mostly from Run It Back, but yeah, otherwise it's all been fed into my shit. A lot of this stuff was made by Leica as well, somebody that I know. Like all of this is from Run It Back. So good attacking side, same comps. So they beat Fnatic, we just saw that. They beat Heretics in the final 13-7. They beat Foot 2018, which was pretty big fucking scoreline. I guess I kind of want to watch back the loss to Heretics to see what that was like. But grabbing all of these, literally just to can't get a giant X1 because it's broken. That's fine though. Yeah, a lot of the data is just from various places, I guess. Probably have another 45 minutes. I'll end at 4 o'clock, which is pretty much, I think, when Platchat starts. I think, but I don't know. But I don't think I can host them because I don't think they stream on YouTube anymore. I was just checking. There's too much information, which is fine because we only need a little bit of it. Is this on attack? It is. The heat map mostly towards C. Do it for the haunts. What kind of stuff we're looking at? The usual one on top of here. The one that's just outside. C. Actually, not really using any for just outside in that like C main position. Mostly they just walk up, I assume, and just take it there, or they prowler it, which makes a lot more sense. So that's when the rate is defaulting. Magnum defaulting a little bit deeper, sitting here. Alarm bots where either on C, just in case people push out, or on A in the other direction. Turret a doesn't show, but I imagine it's the turret here, surely. Like, I'd be very surprised if it wasn't there at all. Shin. Over towards C. Sometimes TPing on top of this box, or just walking up, or TPing rubble. Any paranoias? Does that show? It doesn't. Martine. Pushing up here, I imagine with Boombot 2 to get the orb. Or satcheling across to try and take this space. Into Mazzy. In C, where's the Viper wall? It's the usual. So nothing here is like super surprising or super different from how these guys usually play. We just make it first 10 seconds. So go A, how does it look? Wait, who's usually towards C? Well, everybody. I guess Magnum? Magnum doesn't go as ham. They go B. Nobody really extends either side. If they go C, the only person that stays around here is Tomasi. Okay. We go A. Magnum's default holding here usually. Tomasi's over here default holding. That's the general thesis of how that works. Any cool anti... Yeah, I mean on attack it's hard to kind of get the anti-eco stuff. But seems that they just go towards A mostly. Just do this. Bang, 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 bang. It's gonna work. Is this gonna crash it? Might crash it. Oh. It'd be nice if there was a way to like clear these without having to worry about pressing them too much. Especially with like a lot of games, it doesn't seem to want to do much. Narrate, where are you? Oh my god, it looks like some weird brainstem shit. Mostly on B, but he does have a lineup. Like, I think the most common lineup he uses is when he plays on B, he throws it for here. Which, yeah, it's pretty much where it's thrown in. Prowler from A, from mid. Weird though, it's kind of like built like this. I mean, if anything, it kind of shows just how fucking well drilled this team is when there's literal, like, just lines of pathing. It's not just completely random. It's kind of freaky, actually. Like, it's so very well drilled. Like, that looks like a team that has its shit together. So many other teams, it's just a bit more, like, blocked out, but, like... just the fucking pathing from these places is crazy. Like, how it connects and who connects onto what. Where's Magnum? Sorry. 50-50. Can't really tell. Alarm bots mostly on stairs and then outside of C, which we kind of saw. Turrets here, which I think is right in this corner. It's just a little bit off. But again, you don't know where fucking Magnum's going to play, which I think is really impressive. Shin, either extremities, mostly on C from the looks of it. But you just can't tell. Like, it's so hard to read where this team is actively playing from. Like, it's so good. You have to just actively go into all of it to get all of that information. It's crazy with how, like, this team has, like, multiple default stats on top of each other, because people don't really, like, put in that time and effort, I don't think. You usually just have, like, one default to build off of, but no, I think one of the calls that ENG has made for KC is to just make sure that, like, we want to move our players around. We don't want to just be in the same positions each time. Saying that, however, I mean, the defensive win rate is a little lower, but not by much. Like, it's still, like, 50-50 near enough. That's not too bad. But I think it's just a little bit, like, curious, I guess. What were the map picks? Sorry, I wanted to check what else Karmine were doing. Split and Sunset. Let's look at Split. Lost to Heretics 13-4, much like Lotus, but they beat Giants 13-11, beat Fanatic as we saw, won the rematch 13-5 against them in the grand final. More than 50-50 on both sides, pretty good. Pistols are low, but that's fine. What was the other one? Sunset. Lost to Giants, lost to Heretics, beat Vitality, Coin, Foot. So a map that they've been commonly like picking, but don't have like the best results on, I guess. So I think there's probably a lot of pressure that goes onto their split. They're fine to play their Lotus, clearly. Played it an awful lot, won an awful lot. Split, they're happy on. Bind, they've picked once, but I think there was like a second pick in the grand final, perhaps. Might have been. And then Bind, they beat Koi, lost a Foot. And what were they running? Euro Raise. Okay. Like, pretty interesting. Oh, by the way, I got watch party permissions for Madrid. And I also saw that Madrid starts at like 3 p.m. So I probably am going to watch party it all. Like 3 p.m., 3 p.m. Like good start times here. And then playoffs, I imagine, sort of same times. So I was just going to watch the games of like FPX and EDG. Maybe I still do. I don't know. We'll see how I feel with like these ones. But yeah. So we have half an hour. I don't know what else I really want to be doing as of right now. I guess we can tier list each of the maps for each of the teams. Because I have this. I can probably get rid of this now. Because I've submitted it. Maybe I'll just do this. And then we have like each of the teams. So we'll do KC, Team Heretics, Sentinels, Loud, Gen G, HyperX, EDG, FPX. We'll try and work out like their maps from best to worst. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll put like a not played, and then a ban. See if there's any like permaban maps. Are you sure Plat Chat starts in 30 minutes? No, I'm not sure. I just guessed. I don't know when it'll start. But it's usually around 4 p.m. UK time. Maybe it's 4, maybe it's 5. I don't know. Maybe they delayed it a day. But they said it's today, so I don't know. So, for KC, what is their best map? Probably still like split, I'd say. The only time that they lost on it, they beat the team again. I think KC like split is quite high. Their Lotus, they haven't picked it in the same way that they've been picking Sunset. I think the Sunset wins I'm not too convinced on, but I guess we'll see. They lost to Heretics, they beat Vitality, Koi Foot, lost to Giants. I think I'd rather see them play. Why is this the other way around as well? Can I like fix this? Is it map CSV? Is that why? Bind splits then. No, wait, I'm dumb. Am I dumb? Yeah, I am dumb. Why am I putting that there? Sent. That's right. Why am I putting that up? I'm confusing myself now. That's where I'm getting it wrong. Ascent, there we go. Is the same as this one now? Find split ascent, yes. Yes, the split, pretty good. 3 and 1. Find one pick, one stick ban. One trick. So yeah, Sunset I'm not necessarily too convinced on. They haven't picked Lotus at all. Picked Icebox once, won it. But I think that was in the grand final perhaps. Yeah, I assume this is grand final if it's another pick. Kind of sucks to show the Icebox that late, I guess, but so Breeze, they burned out. Ascent, where they at? They've won it once. So like Breeze, I don't want to play and haven't played. So I guess Breeze would go down here. And then it's like Ascent, they don't really want to play, clearly. Icebox is probably pretty low on the list. Like Sunset, you probably have to put top 3. I think you'd put Lotus here. Sunset and then Bind. Like how strong those maps are. We've seen their Lotus, we've seen their split. Both of them looked pretty like, solid. Good ideas with the Euro and the Astra especially. But just ultimately like good ideas with like all of the utility that they had, like the double controller and all that kind of stuff. Like I think what KC are cooking is good, and there's still like areas that you can build on top of it. Because yeah, Astra Omen. A good post plants, just lots of like delay utility and support from around the map. Definitely like a unique comp, but I think it suits his team really nicely. And then yeah, I think what would I want to watch next from them? I mean, what maps did they play in the grand final is the question. Because I might just rewatch that, but I think I'd rather rewatch that like tomorrow. Just start off with it. So split, we saw Icebox, Sunset. So we didn't see Bind, we didn't see Ascent. So we can watch the grand finals anyway, because I want to watch the split and the Lotus again. Get to see the Sunset. And then if we want to watch Bind and Ascent, we'd watch Koi. But yeah, probably like the Koi game and Vitality. I remember watching the Vitality one actually, so I don't think I need to rewatch this. Also, it's another weird comp, but it's fine. So possibly the bind against Koi or the bind against Foot. They got battered against Foot, so maybe that one. I don't know. What about Team Heretics? I guess what maps did they have and what have they been playing? They've been banning out Ascent. They picked Lotus. They're winning on Lotus mostly. But not one on Icebox. One on Breeze. Like pretty good results, I'd say. But yeah. Might call it 30 minutes early, to be fair. I don't think there's much point in me starting on something else, like VOD-wise. And today was a little bit more chaotic, I think, with like trying to do the top 10. Was there another list I wanted to do? I did my pick'ems. I'm sort of doing the map vetoes, like who's good at what. And then maybe I can like order which teams are good on what maps. We do that here. So bind, split, Ascent, Icebox, Breeze, Lotus, Sunset. And then again, just have like a 1, 2, 3, 4. same sort of thing. I think not played. And then bans, because there'll probably be a couple of teams that'll ban the same map. Not quite sure who would do what. Maybe we could do that real quick. So, KC banning out Breeze. They haven't played it. Team Heretics banning out Ascent. Not played it. Breeze, KC. Put there. Ascent. Team Heretics. Easy enough to remember those. Let's do Sentinels. Granted, like Sentinels being able to play everything. And Loud. And Breeze haven't played it. And Icebox haven't played it. Sorry, they haven't played all of the matches. No, they did. They played in the grand final. So Icebox and Breeze. So Loud's also on Breeze. And then Sentinel's Icebox. Next up, Gen G, who have played all of the maps, so don't need to worry about that too much. Paper X, banning out Icebox, not played it. And then what was Gen G on? Banned out a lot of bind. They did play it. I think they like were banning it out initially, and then they were happy to pick it up. And then kind of was just chipping away at that point. And then EDG up against FPX. FPX also like changing up. They don't have a permaban. EDG do, I think, with Lotus. So yeah, Gen G doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gen G and FPX are two teams that don't have like a going into Madrid. Outside of that though, not too sure where they're going to be sitting with it. Team Heretics had Ascent as a ban. Sentinels had Icebox. Loud had Breeze. NG had none. Paper X had Icebox. EDG had Lotus, which I don't like, and FPX didn't have one either. Is that about right? Seems about right to me. Oh, but yeah, I'll leave it there for today, just so we can like have a good day of it tomorrow. Should start a little bit earlier too, so don't need to worry about that all too much. Kind of go through it at various points, but Sideshow streaming, so I'll go post and raid him if I can do it. Sideshow. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. Why didn't that work? Sideshow. There we go. Don't know why I did that. But yeah, we'll tune in for tomorrow, probably about like 9 AM my time. We'll start and we'll just get some good old VODs done. Get into the dungeon. And I also assume that like Sideshow stops streaming when Pledger starts, so you've got plenty of time to chat shit through. But yeah, enjoy. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye everybody.